Okay, now the meeting is being audio recorded. So welcome to Mateo County Coastside Design Review Committee meeting. The Design Review Committee meeting, the Design Review Committee, as established in zoning regulations, is appointed by the board of supervisors. Today is Thursday, September 14th, 2023, and now is 12:41 p.m. This hearing consists of two projects. For better recording quality and the orderliness of this meeting, please put your phone on silence. Avoid extra chatting or whispering in the audience, and wait for my prompt before you speak on any matters on the agenda or not on the agenda. This meeting is being audio recorded. There are two opportunities for the public to speak, including the oral communications for matters not on the agenda, and a separate public comment session for each project on the agenda. Please review the agenda to identify which item you wish to speak on and the item of that and the time of that item. For fairness and orderliness of this meeting, and due to the amount of possible speakers, please limit your speech to 3 minutes or less, which will be strictly enforced. And you will be respectfully asked to stop speaking after 3 minutes. The chair will open the public comment sessions during the public comment period for oral communications for items not on the agenda and for each items on the regular agenda. I will first read comments received before the meeting into the record for those who are not present this meeting. For those attending this meeting in person, speaker forms are available at the entrance of the gray colored chair. And please fill out a speaker form and provide it to me before each public comment session. For those on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on an agenda item. For those joining by phone, please press star 9 to indicate your desire to speak. Please provide your speaker form, raise your hand, or press star 9 on your device before each public comment session, and late speaker requests will not be accepted. Please note that members of the public must wait for my prompt in connection with each agenda item before speaking. Also, you cannot speak on agenda item that's later in this meeting. When you hear your name or last 4 digits of your phone number called, I'll prompt you to come up to the front podium or unmute your account, then inform that you may begin speaking. I will then ask you to state your email address for the record. For those joining by phone, please press star 6 to mute or unmute your microphone. The design review committee's decision for item 1 and 2 today, if any, will only be recommendations regarding project compliance and not the final decision on this project, the decision of which will take place at a later date. The CDRC does not review matters related to zoning standards, local coastal policies, general plan, and environmental standards, and will only review project based on the design review guidelines and standards. For example, concerns regarding a possible environmental impact or parking compliance will not be addressed in this meeting. The CDRC will only review the design and architectural aspect of the project based on the design review guidelines and standards. Depending on the scale and scope of changes, continued projects may be placed on the next month's agenda if revisions are submitted to the county by the business date, September 22nd, 2023. Applicants should note that continuous letters may not be available by that date and are encouraged to take note of the committee's feedback. The next Coastside Design Review Committee meeting will be held on Thursday, October 12th, 2023. Item 1 on the agenda is roll call. Rebecca Ketkin. Present. Beverly Garrison. Present. Mark Stackmeyer. Present. Linda Patterson. Not present. John Stepman. Not present. Mark Dean. Present. With that, I turn it over to the chair.
Is John ever respond? Do you respond to this one?
John?
Did he ever respond?
I don't recall exactly, but
It wasn't in a group, but
yeah, he was in the group and then I had I gave him a call, either gave him a call or sent him an email, and I didn't get a response for he said no, and he said he's not available. So yeah. Yeah, in the future, I will still reach out to John Statman and Linda Patterson if a project is in their jurisdiction.
well, Linda was Egypt denied several times.
Yeah, they have like other responsibilities or kind of conflicts.
Right. Welcome to Design Review Committee meeting. We have 2 hearings today. Hopefully the second one won't disturb the first one. I did last time. People were proud to be in during the first presentation. The Coastside Design Review Committee, CDRC, is appointed by the Board of Supervisors to ensure that new development is compatible. It's compatible with the physical settings of the site, the visual character of the neighborhood, and provide a platform for neighborhood residents to communicate their concerns for the communities of Mateo, Beach, Granada, and Miramar. The demonstration of scale is ongoing concern that I bring up in this meeting is sort of part of the period that we are still looking forward to having storyboard reinstated as a requirement. The demonstration of scale that we've been using hasn't really hasn't really justified the size and scope and mass that we believe is necessary for proper representation of the house. So we're going to start out leaving alone. CDRC position, we're still looking for an architect and members from almost every Beach, Granada, Montero, pretty soon, and I understand it's being renovated for the other and do good job. So any ideas? And Dad, if you want to join the board again.
No, thank you.
You know what?
But you and I talked about being a sub,
Yeah, I just.
occasionally.
So
If I ever want to go anywhere.
go anywhere or should
Or some kind of plan.
Then, so, and welcome, Mark, can you just pronounce your last name?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just what I said. Okay, Mark Ginn, is the new Moss Beach representative, and his first time, Karen is getting bombed, but 2 of them this time, so, you have any ideas for new positions, and that is, and I open, floor up to public comment. I'd like to open up for public comment if anybody has anything that's not in.
Third Chair, we're now opening public comments for all communications for matters not on the agenda. For those attending this meeting in person, speaker forms available on the chair near the entrance. Please provide me with your speaker slip immediately. For those on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on this agenda item. For those joining by phone, please press *9 to indicate your desire to speak. When you hear your name or last 4 digits of your phone number call, I'll prompt you to come to the front podium or unmute your account and inform that you may begin speaking. I'll then ask you to state your email address for the record. For those joining by phone, please press *6 to mute or unmute your microphone. As mentioned earlier this meeting, please limit your speech to 3 minutes or less. This will be strictly enforced and you will be respectfully asked to stop speaking after 3 minutes. I haven't received any speaker slip for this item. Item's not on the agenda. Excuse me, sir, are you interested in speaking on this agenda item for matters on the non-agenda? Excuse me, sir, I see you're writing your speaker slip. Are you interested in the speaking on this item or item that's later on the agenda?
I was concerned about the midpoint budget segment.
Okay, agenda item two, that agenda item 2 will begin at 2 p.m.
Okay.
Okay, so, yeah. Okay, so final call. I don't see any raised hands or speaker slip for this item for matters on agenda. For those on Zoom and in this meeting room, are there any other persons who wish to speak on this agenda item? If so, I'll provide a few more seconds so you can raise your hand or submit your speaker slip. As a reminder, for those joining by phone, please press *9 to raise your hand. Okay, I don't see any raised hands or speakers. Please, Chair, please indicate if you would like to close the public comment section.
Public comment. And
And the next item is item 1, and at the start time is 1 p.m. So we're 9 minutes to 1 p.m. and we have our applicant, Mr. Edward Love. And do you have your whole team here, or are we waiting for any any of your team members?
No, we can get started if you want.
Oh, we can until 1 p.m. So
Okay.
yeah,
That's fine.
so we'll take a short break. This committee will come back at 1 p.m.
It's great though, that you got that.
Mark, where do you live in my speech?
I live on Stetson.
Okay, so the CRC has returned and now is 1 p.m. Let's get started by having the committee representative, Mr. Dean, introducing the project.
Okay, so this is a project, the owner is, Rustin Bat and Mary Tuniso, and sorry if I butchered those names there. The applicant's Edward C. Love. It's a consideration of the design review recommendation for the construction of a 2,861 square foot, 2-story, single-family residence with an attached 451 square foot, 2-car garage on a 6,250 square foot undeveloped legal parcel associated with a staff level coastal design, coastal development permit, CDP. The project involves no tree removal and only minor grading. The CRC will not render a decision, but will make a a recommendation regarding the project compliance with design review standards. Staff will make a decision on the DR permit and CDP after September 14th, 2023. The project is not appealable to the California Coastal Commission. And now, if it makes sense, should I hand it over to the project sponsor for their?
Please, read like my contact information. So it's, we can include that in the record.
Okay, sorry about that. Application being complete on July 26, 2023. The project planner is Glenn Gia, who can be reached at ejia@smc.org. Okay. And now we'll hand it over to the applicant and owner for the presentation. You're on.
You leave this up or you put plans up?
I can put the plans up.
It'd be great to have a plan set.
Please, can just identify yourself.
Sure. My name is Andrew Boone. I work for Residency Lab. Working for him now since 2021 May.
You aspire to be on the board.
Maybe gotta get licensed first, working on it. Big exam. Okay, so cover sheet. So this is a coastal craftsman home that we plan to have for Marie and Russ. They were the ones they pretty much led the design on this layout and knew exactly what they wanted. It's a new residence on an empty lot, and floor area is pretty much maxed out. And yeah, let's go to the next one. Back to the
Survey or?
Survey, back to the survey. Thank you. So the lot has an empty vacant lot next to it as well. It hasn't been developed yet. It has a few adjacent structures. It's got the Easy Mart and Harbor Pizza in there. So. Yeah, this is the Easy Mart. That's the footprint of the Easy Mart, and then this is part of the Harbor Pizza. So here's the grading plan for the proposed residence. You can see the kind of the outline and footprint of the building. The building does have a proposed detention system for runoff, and you can see how the drainage comes down the driveway and down the street. Site plan, so we're proposing to do permeable paver driveway with a 2-car garage and a covered front porch. The front porch will have a nice flagstone, and the driveway will be permeable pavers. As you walk in, we'll have a kind of a nook area where they plan to put their Christmas tree on display on the street. And then you'll pass your stairway that leads up to the second story. If you go further down the hall, you'll have a half bath that's accessible from the kitchen, and a mudroom on the right. They're planning to hang all their coats and put all their shoes. If you go down further down the hallway, you'll find the kitchen with an island open concept. The kitchen sink looks out towards the Easy Mart, the bay window. The bay window, approaches to the setback, I believe 8 inches. And then kind of just a regular dining room, that opens up into the back patio, which is also partly covered. Next to the living room, we're gonna have a small in-law unit for parents when they visit. It will be accessible from the back. And they plan to also have an outdoor shower as well for when you go swimming and back from the beach and that's all. So these are the first and second floor plan. As you go up the stairs, there will be another bay window at the middle landing with a bench seat, for a nice spot to read. As you come up into the second floor, you will have a office area here at the front of the house that kind of overlooks the front driveway. That's where they plan to have an office, and then right next to that will be the master bedroom over here. The master bedroom will have balconies that look out towards the ocean from Coastside Mart, and a very large master with a corner tub, 2 sinks, shower, and a very large walk-in closet. As you go down the hall a little further, there would be a laundry room with a wash sink, and then another bathroom on the other side of that wall for the other bedroom. The living room will be having a kitchen bar, sink, kind of a small kitchenette that will serve the living area and the outside deck space that looks towards the ocean. And there's also a loft on the second story, that is just to the right of the kitchenette, and then take a ship ladder up to the loft, which is just under 200 square feet. And that loft will also be looking out towards the ocean. Here's a floor area breakdown of all the different rooms and areas. And this is a breakdown of the area for lot coverage. These are the spec sheets for the dark sky compliant exterior lighting, and then also the garage doors that we're planning to be car garage. The elevations and materiality. So the materiality kind of consists of hardy plank, tip-lap siding, Eldorado stone, which would represent the treated base along the bottom of the home. And then it goes up to a much more refined materiality past the second floor top of plate with the board and batten. Here's the front elevation. You can see the coastal crafting look from the front here with all the crafting brackets. The stone, I believe, would be Whiskey Creek Eldorado, and the crafting windows are what the client wanted, so this is what we decided to show. There will be few high windows in the second story that overlook the second story hallway. So there's a circular window here. And the back patio will be mainly covered with flagstone material. And we chose to go with not really any transparent railing, more of an actual solid railing for the privacy, maybe for the one, because it will be very visible. And here are your material colors. They want to go with very light sea spray blue, and then on top I want to do a ton of white, and yeah, then Eldorado stone along the bottom. Here you can see what the house looks like in section. You can see how the garage steps up to the main level from into the kitchen, and then also you can see above that here, this is the loft that is over the master bedroom. And the loft, ceiling height is 7 foot and then it comes down to about 6 foot. And here's some construction details, siding. And then other. The landscape plan, was done by Jared Whiting, did a lot of plans for us in the past. Very simple landscape layout. Several trees, with some shrubs and ground cover. Nothing too tall to obstruct anyone to. Units.
Yeah, so I just have one clarification question for you. So you mentioned there's an in-law suite on the first floor. I just want to clarify that it's not an accessory dwelling unit because it cannot meet any function. It doesn't have a kitchen in there, so it will be considered as part of the structure.
Okay.
Do you agree?
I agree.
Does the committee has any questions for the applicant?
That was gonna be my question also when you mentioned the in-law, so, but so since Glenn's clarified that that's not maybe, it's just, it's like a bedroom suite. is that right?
Yeah, no, I went through the client's wish list and they called it an in-law suite, so I wanted to kind of resemble what they wanted in the presentation. But
Okay.
yeah, it wouldn't literally be called an in-law suite.
But it's factored into the floor area and not coverage restrictions as part of our house, yeah. I was also wondering, I don't know, I know there's an empty lot next door, but then the house going to the, I guess that's east and one is from there, the first house, east and on the other side. Did you design that house also? So it seems to be almost the same color that we're proposing this house to be when I walk by.
Which house?
There's a light blue house, there's an empty lot, and then there's a light blue house.
Along with the circular window, it's got a circular window looking like.
Up the street.
Yeah, that's true, so I just wasn't sure if you would know that.
Last time I checked, the house was like a brownish color, if I think I know if it's the same house or not.
Anyhow, we can come back to it in the section. It had a similar. Similar.
Now, the colors were specifically chosen by the client, they really liked that sea color.
It must have been.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Yeah, I think that's what I do, because I walked by that week and it's like, right, it's got the round window, it's got the double gable thing, and then it's. Okay, that was one.
I had a couple of questions. The first one is with square footage. So that loft space, I know you have it listed as 200 square feet. Plans, was that included in the calculation for the floor area?
Should be, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so if we can go to the calculation sheet, I think the area has been highlighted as part of the full area calculation. And as part of the zoning, the planning review, we also did blue beam measurement to make sure that the demonstration of full areas and to scale.
Okay, if you can flip to the kind of the side views, I did not notice there was a lot of windows on the, it's gonna face an empty lot, but at some point that lot's developed.
The sides,
Yeah, the side, yeah, I think, is it the east? I think it's
the top
I
one
think
is
the
the
bottom one is facing the union market.
Yes,
Yeah, and then the upper one is.
the other one is based in the empty one.
Rebecca, do you have any thoughts about, not even windows facing?
Oh, I do, but I think sorry, this was like a point where I think we're supposed to just ask clarifying questions if there's something that we didn't mention about.
Oh,
the
gotcha.
definition, and then open it up to community comment and then have the.
Okay, so question, I retract that. Okay, yeah, no questions for you.
Okay, have we finished with all the comments? If we do, then we can, we may open up for other comments. So Mark, it's your turn. You really want to open up?
Yeah, let's go, oh. This part?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
The chair.
yeah, let's, oh, the chair.
I mean, the chair first.
Okay, yeah, let's open up the public comments.
So, for the community representative, we are now opening a public comment for item number 1. No public correspondence was received prior to this meeting. For those attending this meeting in person, speaker phones are available on the chair at the entrance. Please provide me with your speaker slip immediately. For those on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on this agenda item. For those joining by phone, please press star 9 to indicate your desire to speak. Please provide your speaker phone, raise your hand, or press star 9 on your device immediately. And late speaker phones will not be accepted. When you hear your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number called, I'll prompt you to come up to the front podium or unmute your account. Then I will inform that you may begin speaking. I will ask you to state your email address for the record. For those joining by phone, please press star 6 to mute or unmute your microphone. As mentioned earlier in this meeting, please limit your speech to 3 minutes. I don't have any speaker forms. And there's no raise hands. I'll provide 10 more seconds for those who would like to speak on this agenda item. Please provide me with your speaker slip or raise your hand immediately to indicate your desire to speak. I don't see any speaker forms or raise hands, so Mr. Dean, please indicate if you'd like to close public comments for this project.
It's close to public comment.
Okay, thank you. Then now we are going to move forward to the committee discussion section for this project.
Okay, you want to jump back into that question, sorry?
Yeah, sure.
She asked about windows and,
Yeah.
you might want the elevations back up a little bit.
Oh, sure. I'm going to share my screen, so everyone can see. Are you talking about site elevations or fine?
Yeah, the side elevation. Yeah, there you go. Just looking at the windows there on the east facing side. The windows are gonna be, number of neighbors, well, it's a vacant lot right now, but that's something that is developed. It seems like a lot of windows. They're not huge windows.
I mean, it's hard to preemptively address potential privacy concerns. The 3 windows on the bottom floor on the upper elevation, what spaces are those opening into? Is that 2 of them are the bedroom, the in-law bedroom? In the back,
Yeah,
and then the third one is towards the middle.
yes.
What size is it?
It looked to be about 3 feet wide, maybe 4 feet
Yeah.
tall.
Yeah, the in-laws, we're not, right, it's the bedroom and the bathroom, and then the laundry. Those will be 3 door windows.
I mean, so.
But it has to be an egress, but obviously.
Right, yeah. I mean, I think those 3 windows look nicely balanced, I guess, so the smaller one, which is near the bed, is the longer room, right?
The one to the right of the 3 in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah, to the left of the bay.
Yeah,
That's kind of.
That's a good, the bathroom.
that's in the bathroom.
That's the bathroom. Okay.
How do we-
I mean, my only thought when I was looking at this elevation was that one and the one above it seemed pretty tight to the bay. And I, don't know if the floor plan would allow them to have a little bit more space from it. What is, so if the 2 of the 3 on the first floor, sorry, they're together. Oh, so 1, oh, so 1, 2, and then the third one in the shop. Yeah. I mean, I think, Mark, that if you feel like it's a lot of administration on the first floor, potentially the 2, the powder room and the bathroom window could be more like each other instead of having 3, so that bathroom window could potentially get a little bit smaller. But then.
Yeah, I think that area, you guys are planning bamboo, is that? Planting. sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I think it could be addressed with screening also, although you're talking, I heard you talking before, but there is kind of an invasive plans, I don't know if that's what you want there, but I think the screening plan is a good idea.
It's also, that's deciding a 5 setback, it's pretty tight, and so it seems like, yeah. Yeah, I think it's gonna be super. Pretty tight.
Yeah, would you want to see a different plan there, is that what you're suggesting?
I mean, I think it's always kind of stagnated species and. I'm not sure, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I follow that up, the recommendations.
We could try and make a suggestion, but I think that we could also suggest looking at the windows, can you go back to the first floor plan, I'm sorry. Or even with it. Yeah, I mean, we could make a suggestion that the windows in those two bathrooms, is the vacant lot. Identical to each other and smaller or it's a bit smaller and with that, it's tricky because there's no neighbor there and no one so they have a concern, but I think that I was certainly that that could work with the suggestion and, even the one above in the laundry room. I mean, it's tricky because I don't want to push you guys into more types, I like the consistency of the window types, but I do just feel like it's a little bit. Also on the lower elevation, sorry, I'm going to jump around to go back to that elevation. Yeah, so on this one also, I was just wondering, is it possible for the launch volume to be centered over that roof volume above, or even for the eave of the second story roof volume to be extended out to the right a little bit, so that it just looks more centered on that? Is that possible?
What's below it? There's a room below it. I think those walls stack up with the room below it. Yeah.
So we know.
Yeah, if you move the wall in from the right, then it would be a smaller room, I guess.
It can't just fit forward on the lot. I mean, I'm sure they've got a
I
staircase.
mean, move to the left.
Yeah, can I move to the left?
I think it's stacked above, like I said, it's stacked
Is
above.
that
the roof
about
wall.
it there?
Stacked above the master bathroom.
That was your thought.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it could also be addressed by even just extending the eave on the back side of the master bathroom volume. I just feel like it could look a little bit more balanced. There, that was my only thought on this elevation. And then, can you hop over to the front elevation one? So I know that I feel like this front elevation, it definitely complies with the guidelines in terms of articulation and secondary reforms with being the first three forms. Personally, I kind of wish there was one less hole there. I think that the one which is above the entry, that's just a roof form on brackets, right? It's not actually.
Yeah, that design is different than, I mean, to me, it appears different than these other gables. I don't know, that's consistent.
Yeah, I was wondering if we could use the gable, in the front, not over the entry, but the one above it. And I also, I feel sort of torn about this personally, I don't get a fan of circle windows. But the circle window, I almost wish it was centered under the upper gable or it's just, like, it feels a little busy. Those are my own thoughts on the front and side. I think that you guys want to respond to them or, what you think? I almost was wondering if this one would just be under that primary reform. I think that would feel, nice to balance. that doesn't. Right?
Um,
Here, there you go. I'm gonna come on. This wall is maybe this all right? No, this is where. You want to do that?
Either side or. I feel.
You go over to the second floor plan.
Oh, second thing.
Good man.
Engagement went well.
Is it this one here? The floor plan.
So it's this little dog, and then is that, is this cut in below, also, or it's not, right? So I guess my question would be if this would come across, or if there would be a way you guys would be open to it, we could lose that, additional repair start. This seems like a lot of the same farm would be good.
Rebecca, you're talking about the round window.
Well, I'm talking about the round window and the people, so there's kind of, sorry, Glenn, we go back to the renderings or the color front view. And that one's fine, so it doesn't have to be the color line. So, so there's 1, 2, 3 small gables, and then the one primary gable, and then there's the loft, which has a sudden, a flat roof springing off on the ridge, which I'm fine with. But I guess my thought about it would be if it would be possible to simplify, either by removing that gable, or potentially the one below it. Also, the one below it has like a slightly different expression with the diagonal numbers instead of the brackets. So, really my only thought around this would be if there's a way to simplify it, even if that volume became a little bit taller and just came under the primary roof, so that we didn't need to have that sort of gable right next to the other gable. Does that seem like something you guys are open to?
It could, yeah, it can go up and plane out with the main roof,
Yeah,
if you think that would look better.
I think it would.
I mean, people usually like to express the gable.
I know, and I know that that's largely what we,
Russ and Marie really like it, so.
really like it. What do you think, Mark? Are you allowed to inspect them?
I mean, just because it has that roof right around the corner. The tire, I don't know, the shed was right there. If the two were the same size, those two intermediate close.
Oh, sometimes when you make the stuff all the same and it's symmetrical, it's kind of boring.
I think it's usually good out of business.
I mean, that's what I'm saying too, is that the symmetry of those two volumes right next to each other, for me, I would think better if it came down. But also, I think that, I mean, I don't think it's a question of compliance with the guidelines, I think it's just sort of like a subjective preference, so I would be comfortable making those things recommendations as opposed to conditions of approval. I just, that facade.
It would make it nicer look if you brought the main roof
Out.
way out.
Mhm.
Yeah, 4 foot, you could come out there. That
And
would
then you can just use the
be
gable
way more
on the
traditional.
side. And then what does that circle window open onto? Is there something in the plan alignment that prevents it from being centered under the gable?
It's aligned with the upstairs hallway right in the center. So
Uh-huh.
as you're going down to the master bedroom, you look out and see that window at the top of your hall.
Like an exclamation point with the window.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we always dot our i's. Cross our t's and dot our i's.
Let's see here. One of the things, so the side setbacks are, there's 5 feet, 10 feet, and the bay windows go into that. It's more just kind of confirmation from that, is that, something that you guys, the planning department, is that, it's just adding more sort of closeness to the.
Yeah, there's an exception for bay windows as long as they don't come all the way down to the ground, if they're permitted to encroach into the setback. I don't know, 18 or 24 inches, like
2 feet.
2 feet, yeah.
Yeah, so that issue did came up, at the, project review process, and, yeah, so we verify the code, and, we make sure that this, encroachment is allowed by the zone regulations.
It's considered to be an architectural feature.
Yeah.
If you don't run it down,
Right.
and if it has a separate roof.
If they hadn't put on there.
Articulation.
Yeah, and so then the last thing I'm gonna say is when I first looked at it, I thought, oh, there's a really big window in that garage, but then when I looked back at the site and sort of saw, I can see why you wanna kind of turn a blank wall to the back side of the easy mark. So I'm guessing that's why you've done that. So my feeling is it's a really attractive project. It's largely compliant with the guidelines, and I think that I have some suggestions around simplifying that front facade and maybe, you know, rectifying the relationship it faced to some of the eaves and windows. Mark, I think we should, you know, develop some language. I'd be confident at all of that being suggestions and not.
Okay, I mean, what I captured for suggestions are that the front simplifying, the windows on the side, you know, consistency with the that.
Yeah, and I would say just maybe creating a little more space between the bay projections and
And then also just the.
yeah, to consider a native instead of a resistant plant on that side. And then just, sorry guys, because this is a little like internal stuff, but this isn't your first time writing one of these letters, right? So usually what we do is like, you take a draft and then send it to me, and I'll look at the language and check it against my notes and send it back to you.
Yeah, because there's a lot of detail there, architectural detail.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I can provide that language. I think that, I think that the project is compliant with the guidelines. And then, sorry, the one other thing I will put in the notes, even though it isn't you guys, is maybe just to check if that house 2 doors down maybe has been recently painted, just to make sure that we can match that color. So there's like a little bit of variation, like some 2 twinsies.
Actually, it's worse because when it's closed, but not.
Well,
I think there was a sale on that color.
Yeah.
until last week.
The last meeting,
The whole neighborhood's gonna be that color. probably.
That's it.
Coastside has that.
I think we can put some language in around, just doing the site visit, seeing what that color is, and ensure that the color selection is, coordinated with the current color of the house next door.
Is that the default color or?
Oh, you said the owner.
No, they did, that's the color they wanted, and Andrew just pulled up the house next door, and it is a very similar color, but they just painted it. Because it used to be kind of a tan or really.
Yeah,
Oh, that is.
it's really close. So how would you guys?
Oh, that West
wanna
Campbell
deal with
building.
that? Would you wanna?
Color.
So you know what?
This is much lighter than that,
Your color is lighter?
much lighter
Maybe you should hire the painter that did where the barbecue place is.
Oh, what is, no. The Ukrainian flag building.
Yeah,
The fish is.
it's not even an IKEA building, it's way beyond the IKEA.
I sort of wish that we got to review that, when people are allowed to paint their house in color. It's only now that we get to talk about the color. So, yeah, I think those are all the things I wanted to say on.
Yeah, those are all the comments. Do I make a suggestion then to the project applicants if they would like us to render a decision? Yeah, exactly.
Good check there. Would you like to vote, or would you like to continue?
We can take a roll call, yes. Vote, yes.
I'll make a motion to approve the project, with no conditions and several suggestions to be added to the condition letter.
We'll take a look at the suggestions and see what the Russ and Marie,
Okay,
what they think about.
thanks.
Is there a second?
There's a second.
Okay, so I'll do, roll call. Rebecca Decker,
Yes.
Mark Lee.
Yes.
Okay, motion passed, and that's the only recommendation, and staff will make a decision on this project and then move in. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
It's good. So is that a yes to October?
For what?
October was Steve. Steve,
Oh, the meeting?
yeah,
Yeah, after the 15th.
yeah,
Yeah, okay, yeah,
not the 16th.
okay.
Okay, so we are at one.
Good luck with your next one.
Yeah.
So we'll have recess and I will come back at 2 p.m. for item 2, that's the Cypress Point housing project. And everyone in the audience, if you would like to speak on item 2, please grab a speaker slip and put it on my table. And yeah, so please do it early if possible. Thank you. I'll shoot it. Okay, now this meeting is being audio recorded, and we're going to start reviewing item 2. With that, I turn it over to the committee representative, Mr. Mark Lee.
Hi there, everyone. Just before we get going with the presentation from the project sponsor, I just first want to kind of acknowledge all the folks coming here. I know there's a lot of community concern that revolves in traffic congestion and flow, infrastructure needs to support this development and also safety. I just want to remind everyone that the CBRC is providing design review, and we're really utilizing 2 documents, the Mid-Coast standard for 2-family residential development, as well as the community design manual. And that's really kind of the area that we're going to focus on for this meeting. That said, I do know that there's a lot of public concern, actually, not only with that, but with other areas. So I believe part of the presentation includes a timeline of this project, and it's very helpful for the community to know when the different inputs are going to be. Yeah, there's also related meetings of the Connected Coast meeting that's going to be here on September 9th as well. I was just gonna, I'll just reiterate the last point, which there's a Connected Coast meeting that you may be interested in on September 19th as well here. And that talks about, it's going to be here, and it's going to talk about, or the focus of that is traffic control for the region. So it's including more than what you all do with this project, but it's really.
There's a flyer on the front door, if you want to take a picture of it on the way out, it has the time.
Is it now residential streets also, or just highway one? I probably would be the best person to speak on that authoritatively, so I would.
You would just bring up the point that we're not gonna be talking about traffic or fire, or anything here. It's only about design, development, buildings themselves.
But there should be contact information for county staff who can answer those questions on the flyer.
The next week's meeting is only for the roundabouts.
Parking? For the facility,
And my apologies for opening up a can of worms here, but I just wanted to make sure that everyone's aware of opportunities to speak about relevant issues in the next future. With that said, Glenn, should I?
Yeah, please.
Planning to hand it over to the project sponsors here.
Please introduce the project by reading the project descriptions and introducing the owner, applicant, and the project.
Okay, so for this project here, the owner is the California School Employee Association. The applicant is the MP Moss Beach Associates LP. And the file number is PLN 2022-0050. So for this project, it's a consideration of a design review permit recommendation for the construction of 71 affordable housing units contained in 16 two-story buildings, ranging in size from 2,300 square feet to 11,000 square feet, and a 3,400 square feet two-story community building associated with a hearing level coastal development permit and grading permit on a 10.9 acre undeveloped property in PUD 124. The project involves 6 different building layouts and unit configurations, all with a maximum building height of 28 feet. Vehicular access to and from the project site will be provided by a new single driveway from Carlos Street. The project involves earthwork of 28,895 cubic yards and the removal of 160 significant sized trees. The CDRC will not render a decision, but will make a recommendation regarding the project's compliance with design review standards. The Planning Commission public hearing on the DR permit CDP, GP, and project environmental impact report will take place after September 14th. This project was scheduled for continued consideration from the July 13th CDRC meeting. This project is not appealable to the California Coastal Commission, and the project planner is Michael Shawlin. And with that, I will hand it over to Peter.
Great. I assume this is the right place to be. Well, there's no mic, but I can hear me okay. Good. Good afternoon. I'm Peter Waller with High Park Architects, and we've been working with the Penn team, the county, and the community for the PAC, etc. So many folks have seen me here. Thanks, Mark, for the introduction. Very small correction. The community building is one story. And just a reminder that everything is 100% affordable. There's detailed questions about the rights and stuff. We can respond to that. The new Penn team is here to respond to questions. And thanks to the committee for having us back. Thanks for all the good comments and conversation last time. Thanks to Camille for guiding us along through this process and bringing us back here. So we are going to walk through a presentation that really is focused on responding to comments and discussion from the last time that Mark outlined. This is really a design review around the buildings. That's what we're focused on here. Let's go on to the next slide. If there are particularly committee members as I go along, if there are questions, background that you'd like to get clarified, so don't get for that. In terms of the schedule, just to review, same schedule that we shared at the last discussion. We're here for starting in the September. I can see that here. The goal is to be a planning commission again, as Mark mentioned, in the fall. I guess as soon as it works out, hopefully complete this meeting and get the committee guidance. And that's going to call for the development permit, and then go to board of supervisors in the winter. That would be in 2024, I believe. And then the goal would be to get apply for building permits also in 2024 and start construction, whether that's in 2024 or 2025. But this is I think the start of construction in 2024 would be best case. All right, go forward. So everyone's, I think, at this point familiar with the site, previously developed with the military installation and the surrounding context. Highway 1 see to the left, the neighborhood of the hill to the right. And the plan, just to refresh everyone, Mark outlined in 71 units, all affordable. These are pretty modest sized units, right? They're all average size, less than 900 square feet. Mostly 1 and 2 bedroom unit, 25% 3 bedroom. And always it has evolved over time that the key goal from a design point of view was really to consolidate these new buildings on that portion of the site that was developed before, and to create as much buffer as possible with the surrounding neighborhoods. And that was really made possible by dramatically reducing the proposed units on site from what had been approved back in the day on the early EUD. So the new zoning caps it now at what is proposed 71 units. The old zoning was up to 148, I think. So that has really been the key thing for us, how to get this concentrated in a smaller area, and then to also break up the building masses as much as possible so that they are scaling the neighborhood. Some of the buildings still are longer attached units. That was one of the ways that we kept the whole footprint of the project consolidated. Frankly, one was separated into small pieces, the one that's very about. So what I'm going to do, and what's noted on the side there, and this is the presentation we shared in advance, and I believe is online, is the circled areas are actually referencing the specific comments that we're gonna have. And so it's just not through our responses, but I can't read it, maybe I can actually. Look at it. I can make my copy. That'll help me make sure I read each of these. So, item one is circling those areas that reference the comments on the new landscape. Making sure that it's native plants, low maintenance, drought tolerant. So we had confirmed that with landscape architect for continuing to tune that up. There were some good comments around hardscape and the playground. So we have clarified that the playground actually includes, which is located there, number 2, right behind the community building. Includes actually play areas both for kids younger ages and older ages. So there will be dedicated play equipment or accommodations for those age groups. There was some questions about paved areas. And of course, the amount of paved areas is a direct trade-off with the parking conversation. We think we've gotten the right balance in comments about could we possibly do permeable paving. Good comment, and we talked about that with civil engineer with landscape. Turns out things are sloping enough here that the permeable paving doesn't do a lot to reduce runoff. So we made sure our 2 bio-intention areas, which are the number 3 items, are sufficient size to handle all that on-site runoff. Number 4, there was comments about noise impacts on the surrounding neighbors. Super critical. The best thing we can do there really is the setbacks, and to make sure that in addition to setback, the planting does help provide a little bit of buffering for that, but really it's mostly about the setback. So we kind of confirmed that setback on all sides and continue to enhance that planting. And then lighting, super critical. There were comments about make sure that there's no night sky lighting, there's no glare on the neighbors. Fixtures actually will hold up in the coastal environment. So we'll see as we go through, we've actually changed the layout of lighting. We've actually reduced the lighting so there's less on the perimeter of the site, which wasn't really necessary. We'll reduce the visual impacts from the neighborhood and change the fixture to be more character, the architecture and more suited to the coastal environment. Next slide. This is really just a summary that we went over in terms of the community. And that's okay. Next slide. So we're going to just walk through a few views, and again, we're going to address some of the same comments, but some different viewpoints of the site. So, and we're going to see the same view in a moment here without the text on it. So keep that in mind as we look at the pictures. So, there was number 1 items again, addressing the landscape, making sure that's appropriate for the site. We've done that. Number 2 is an important conversation about adding articulation to these existing buildings. And there was good conversation about breaking roof planes, about maybe even breaking buildings, about adding a. And we have done a good amount of analysis with the contractor on this. And we have introduced a number of things, particularly a number of essentially 1-story elements at the ends of the buildings where there was a taller 2-story wall. And those 1-story pieces create a break in that. They also actually help us screen and completely enclose the mechanical equipment, which is primarily electric. And there's a little more on these buildings, or there may be a little more than a typical house because of the photovoltaic systems. Folks who have those know there's inverters, there's switch boxes, so on. So all of that will be contained in those elements that are on the ends of the buildings, but those really do help to reduce the scale. And then I'm going to jump to number 4, 2 and 3 sort of relate to that same question. Number 4 is the question of color. And so folks remember the red scheme from the past. Most of the buildings were red, the community building was lighter color. We have after a good conversation last week, developed a new scheme and went through a lot of alternatives, that really does create a little more variety. And you can see that we've got the notion of a light colored community building at a couple of the longer buildings, which also happen to be buildings less visible from the surrounding. But then we really are alternating those colors, so blue and a kind of a gray green, on the smaller building. And we felt like this one was a good complement to the existing neighborhood colors. Not trying to make each of these completely distinct. We wanted still to have a cohesive character, but with the same sort of like the neighborhood. So we're glad to talk about those colors, but we like this direction. We like it a lot, and I'm trying to pick that up. So let's go to the next one. So same view. Actually, this is simply the same view without the numbers on it. So we can kind of see that. And this view, we have views from the ground, but this one in a lot of ways is the best view to sort of get a sense of the overall distribution. Thanks. And then looking at the views from below up the site, and this would be more of a, if you were down on Sierra Street, which I think is going to be the most visible portion of that development, and set back a good ways from Sierra Street, 140 feet. But as you look up the slope, you'll see these buildings, particularly before the vegetation goes in. So here you see that color scheme, the blue green. You can see, it's a little hard to see in this scheme, but there are these one-story elements added at the end, one end of each building, right back to the story overall scale. Okay, and then if we go to the next slide, you'll see these buildings, once things grow in. And once things grow in, truly, that takes years. But there's a lot of planting that will come in below these buildings, and it will be irrigated and maintained, and do that, 500 years. There will not be a lot. Visual connection.
Will it be coastal appropriate? We get a lot of strong winds and stuff.
Yeah, well, landscape architect based on Santa Cruz, they do a lot of work on the health. And this is just looking at the drive, entry drive to our community building. Again, pointing out some additions to the buildings that break down the map, additional bays on the ends of the building to add articulation to the elevation of the color as well. Next slide. Again, something without all the notation. Next slide. And then this is actually from Lincoln looking down. And this building is one of the longer ones, it's a longer one. But it's at this point, quite a bit lower than Lincoln. And with just a little bit of growth there, I think we're largely not visible from above. But we actually have added some articulation into that building, and an additional bay on that. And we sort of do here, I think that's the main change on that part. We did look at breaking this building, offsetting the roof a little bit. And, honestly, all the things that we've done on this project in terms of reducing the density, breaking up other buildings, investing a lot in the landscape. We felt like the added cost of that was very limited benefit in terms of visually what you see from the perimeter. So we propose to keep that roof line as it is, but we have modulated a little more, and we think that the landscape and the larger change color helps soften. Excellent. And then this, we'll go to the next one. We can go to the next one, right?
Yeah,
It doesn't want to go.
So we want more please.
All right, okay. So same view, things from in, 5 years. You can see how that building settles in. All right, just a couple more slides here, and then we'll get to comments and questions. We go to the next.
Is there gonna be proposed for that?
You can be on the other side, if there is the. Yeah, thanks, PV panels generally will be on the southwest side, this being more northeast. Yes. Next. This is just our color palette. The basic materials have not changed. It's a good quality horizontal siding, a couple of different siding, vertical cement board siding, good quality windows. You can see these light fixtures are the new ones we proposed. The porch lights mounted on the building, the low pole lights that will light the outdoor areas where we actually need it, parking, some of the paths of travel within the community, and then these are our colors. So they're a base of blue, a kind of gray green, each of those have a corresponding tone, so each building is in it has some bright, and then the lighter tone is a community. Next slide. Just to remind everybody, heights were reduced on all the buildings. Earlier we had steeper pitch, and we're down and looking at the interpretation of height regulation. We lowered everything to get the maximum height of the building below 28 feet. Most of the buildings and most portions well below that. So that's very maximum of anything to grade to the top would be 28. Just going into a little bit of detail, if the committee members want to look at exactly what we've added on the buildings, very simple one-story element. Just shed, same materials, same colors. So we're really just being an added form that helps that building step out into the next. Similarly on the paired buildings, and these elements only occur and are only necessary on one end. We felt like that was enough to create a little more variety in the scan. And then larger buildings, here the one-story element is towards the pride, that occurs in the portion that's most visible. You can see solar panel, the back question where they occur. And then with basic mapping is essentially and most of it. Okay. So that's a quick review. Natalie or Attorney, anything else that you guys want to touch on that? And hopefully we hit the highlights of the conversation.
Well, regarding the design.
Yeah.
This is your department. Do all those apartments have decks and a place for families to hang out?
They don't have private decks. Shared, they don't have private. Meaning they don't have a deck for each unit.
They don't have a little barbecue area for themselves, privacy.
That's usually.
That they can put a little chair outside when they come home from work.
Well, they have shared landings where they come up the stairs, or you could do that. What we find is that we really want these folks to use the community room and the nice shared outdoor space that happens there. They're quite a good sized space there. Yeah.
Okay, so these are visually just barracks, just boxes. For you to encourage people to use the community room, so they're just boxes, right? Barracks.
I wouldn't use that description. They're simple homes and they don't have private decks. And one of the things I would just say is part of the issue always is if we do decks and so on and so forth, those are all more things that go out in the landscape. We're trying to keep the footprint really straightforward on this. And it might be, and maybe just going back to the site plan for a second place, the second one, we should turn it back to the committee, but the other issue is if we do a lot of affordable housing in Coastside and just do. But when we provide private outdoor space for folks, we have to be aware of barbecues, bikes, those sort of things will collect, and it needs to be large enough and screened well enough. like those things. And that becomes a lot of visual stuff outside, and things to take care of. So it's pretty common in affordable housing to not provide separate private houses. It's to really focus on providing a really good home. And providing that storage indoors as well as folks keep their day.
So are there bicycle routes for children to play in? Or adults to ride?
There are
their bicycles?
certainly bicycle storage and there's bicycle racks.
Racks,
There, we have
racks.
all like.
Lanes, bicycle lanes?
Excuse me?
Yeah.
So now we're in the CDRC, and so we're ready for CDRC to ask questions, and please save your comments to public comment section. They'll be open later.
Thank you, I wasn't
Thank you.
sure. Thank you for the
Yeah, thank you very
directions. Thank you.
Okay, does the CDRC have any questions for the applicant?
I was just wondering, so you mentioned the 6 building types, but I'm not sure if you had a slide for each of them. So I saw this A, B, and C slides, and we just quickly walk through the changes that you made for each building type.
Yeah, thanks, Rebecca. So we covered, and maybe Glenn, I can get you to go to, I think we have all the remainders in our appendix slides here. So we covered building type, well, these are exactly in order here. As we go to, sure, we can go. Visual information about trees, the old key. Yeah, so this is one of the ones we didn't cover previously, Rebecca, and so this, for instance, is building type B, which occurs down near the community building. This one already has a 2-story piece and a 1-story piece, and actually that now has an additional piece on it that extends that out and it's supposed to be the electrical building. That's the only change on that one. And then if we go to the next one, and then building C.
Right?
Yeah, I think we covered the C1, and I can glad to go back and walk through.
No, I'm content with the Cs.
Yeah,
Is there any?
C2 is like C1, C1 is offset C2. There's only one of them that is more side by side. And it has additional.
I think the next page, well, I'm looking at the plans.
Yeah.
But is the next page the building type B? Yeah.
Okay.
So there's 3 longer buildings, there's 2 in the front that form the Z and the 1 in the back, are those all type B?
Those are 3 different types.
Okay.
Each one is a little different foundation, again, it's different.
Okay. Can you speak about the one in the back? Is that what this one is, about the modifications you made? Because I think
Yeah,
that
and then this is building type B, and here's, this does show what basically the change on this one, previously, this is the one, it has sort of these 6 units grouped together. Again, that was to consolidate things on the site, it was very helpful to have a couple of issues longer. So we have added, this is 2-story building, we have added these 1-story pieces on the end. This one bumps out to add actually a bedroom on this unit. This one bumps out on the end to capture that electrical flow.
Okay.
So the question I had was, there's you flipped a couple of slides up where you show the original proposed, that is more broken up and it's more, it's 140 units to get that, but I'm just curious about the thought process for you kind of going from this more broken up, disaggregated layout to one that's more consolidated, albeit, with a lot more open space.
Right, well, those are kind of the things. This one did have units as attached. It did have open with a little bit longer. That's actually our building A and B actually are sort of similar. So I think it is basically a question of, as we consolidate things, even though we're reducing units, we were also looking to this, in addition, keep the footprint as small as possible. And I would say that when you look back at our site plan, you'll actually see, you know, a number of buildings really are small. And we particularly arranged those, and it might be that good if you can, like, just go back to.
I'm sorry. I just want to make sure folks understand that was the number of the total.
Correct. Thank you,
That
that's great.
Even for the 10 was over multiple sites.
Was that with the double number of units?
Yes, so
Okay.
in the past 7
It's
years.
like 148.
Yeah,
Correct, we heard from the community that our initial proposal of 81 units was still too much. So we went down to 71, that's sort of a number that, you know, we feel fits with the character of the neighborhood, it matches the density of the adjacent neighborhood, and it keeps half the site as undeveloped recreational space for both our residents and the community. And so I just want to, I'm sorry, I don't know if you already knew that, and if that's repetitive, but I just want to correct that information, that was a slide we referenced. We've gone through the official process through the county supervisors, plan commission, and state coastal commission to announce the second. That's what I see. Thank you.
so I was just gonna point out this here. These are all very large scale. With that predictable, not an intended. But certainly, but as you point out, we're on much less of the site. The previous people really like all of that. And yeah, we have one building anyway, really, that's a little longer than what was on that second.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you to address it because it was something that came up already, and I think it's come up again in comments about emergency access and egress. There was a mention of the single access point, which the single driveway does, like it could get congested for 71 minutes, but can you find out, you have emergency access there, right?
Yeah, we do, right, so the main access is off of Carlos, and we have a loop which fire department light within the site that they can drive around. We have, just for emergency purposes, a gravel road connection that would let the fire department connect actually.
And would that be available for egress in terms of emergency evacuation?
Sure, sure. The gravel road here. 15, 16 feet, I believe.
Is it a one-way road?
It's designed to meet what the fire department needs for their purposes, accessing it, I would say. You know, it's not intended for everyday travel in any way.
And no deliveries, no the best at all.
So you're gonna be one of those gates,
Are we gated, do we have a gate on that road? I'm trying to recall.
That's also the fire department, we've been in conversations with them, and we can put a gate if they want, they don't want to gate. Okay, but we would put, that's not, it's not usable for us.
some signage, you said?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, what about at the west entrance, or, yeah, the west side? The east, that's the east entrance, that's where I'm thinking. When you come around the water tower, you have another emergency access.
No, this is, yeah, good question. This is just the existing access for the water department to the south.
Only the water.
And there's a trail connection to the no vehicle connection from there. to the south.
Okay, the other one is, Lincoln Street is only not even 15 feet long.
Right.
Matter of fact, there was a medical emergency just last week.
Yeah.
And the ambulance that's was there, actually, the steep if you look at the road. The fire department truck that was there completely blocked off 2 or 3 times. So it's a very big concern. And the roads on Buena Vista, just like Lincoln, they're fairly narrow at that end. And they're not sturdy. They weren't designed for heavy traffic, truck traffic.
Does the
Yeah.
CRC have additional questions regarding this project?
Yeah, so I'm just looking through, the responses that you provided. Well, you know, first off, it looks like there's a number of items you guys to address for the lighting. The color and the configuration, so I want to applaud you guys for taking those comments. Yeah, I want to applaud you for taking those comments, and making changes. One response though did stick out to me, and, this is in regards to breaking up the structures, providing more regulation. And the response was, consequently, to make additional massing adjustments, reductions, and revisions would be cost prohibitive for the project. We are committed to providing affordable housing, paying prevailing wages, and providing free programming for our residents. So I just wanted to understand more when you say that these changes would be cost prohibitive. What type of analysis was done to determine that? Was that a pretty quick, we can't break up the buildings, you know, it's gonna stop the project?
Right. Thanks. We have a general contractor who's been working with us for quite a while. We have some pretty detailed pricing for the overall project. They have breakdowns for, you know, based on where the design is at now. But they have a pretty good understanding what the projected cost is. So we shared those suggestions with them. If we offset the buildings, if we did something, and they gave us some, you know, pretty good numbers based on their cost breakdown. So pretty, we would say accurate. So yeah, we have some good data on what that is. And spend some time with it and evaluating it.
I didn't have any questions for the sponsors, so, now we.
Is Mark allowed to, or is he?
I was at this, under the CDR, the voting, I was at the CDR standing, he can, participate. Have some deliberation and have, and that will.
Okay, let's open up for public comments then. Okay, so, for the, representative, we're now opening up public comment for item number 2. 5 public comment letters were received prior to this meeting, and, correspondence was uploaded to the meeting webpage and shared with the members of the CDRC. So the, letters mainly express concerns regarding insufficient parking, traffic safety, lack of adequate infrastructure such as sidewalks, energy efficiency, lighting glare, and the impact on the characteristic of the coastal neighborhood. So, for those, attending this meeting in person, speaker forms available on the chair at the entrance. Please, provide me with your speaker slip immediately. For those on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on an agenda item. For those joining by phone, please press star 9 to indicate your desire to speak. Please provide your speaker form, raise your hand, or press star 9 on your device immediately, and late speaker forms will not be accepted. When you hear your name or last 4 digits of the phone number called, I'll prompt you to come up to the front podium or unmute your account and inform that you may begin speaking. I'll then ask you to, for those joining by phone, please press star 6 to unmute, mute or unmute your microphone. As mentioned earlier in this meeting, please limit your speech to 3 minutes or less. This will be strictly enforced, and you will be respectfully asked to stop speaking after 3 minutes. Yeah, please provide me with your speaker form as soon as possible. Right there. Okay, so I will start by calling people who's free. Okay, so I've received a number of speaker forms, so I'll start by calling people who submitted speaker form, then I will call the raise hands on Zoom. So the first speaker form I received is from View Has. Sorry if I mispronounced it. View Has. Yeah, please. And okay.
Yeah, just while I was watching the presentation, I just had a quick question about the landscaping. Is there gonna be, I mean, it looked like there were just weeds in that landscaping. Is that the way it's gonna be when it's finished? And is there gonna be a maintenance gardening service that's gonna take care of it? That's a yes.
Not the part of.
Yeah. Weeds are about the only thing that grow without water, so. So actually, one of my concerns, as mentioned earlier, is, the amount of, the size of the project. And the amount of traffic and lack of sufficient parking. Before I started looking at this project, I thought, well, 2 cars per unit, that sounds pretty reasonable. But then, upon talking to some people that, you know, work at minimum wage, I heard stories about multiple families living in the same apartment. And up to like 7 different wage earners, which would mean 7 cars. And so I have a real concern about the lack of sufficient parking, even though there's 2 per unit. I don't think that's even close to being enough. And it looked to me like on slide 7, you pull up slide 7.
Slide 7.
Yeah.
Are you talking about this document?
The presentation slides.
This one?
Slide 7. Yeah. So it looks to me like there's room for parking to be put in back here. Where you can still connect with the main building. And I think we really need to maximize the amount of parking here, because two per unit is just not gonna be enough. I live on Sierra Street, that's, you know, why I have a great concern. And, that's the south border of the project. Sierra Street is a private road, and so the residents who live on that road are the ones who actually pave the road and pay for the maintenance. And if that's gonna have spillover in parking, there's still not gonna be even room for traffic to move there, let alone who's gonna maintain it. I mean, I don't think anybody's gonna wanna pay for this development of traffic. So I think if the county wants to approve this, they're gonna have to take over the private roads. I think Buena Vista has a couple of blocks of private roads also. And should install good pavement, 2-way traffic with sidewalks. None of the roads, Carlos Street doesn't have sidewalks, Sierra Street doesn't have sidewalks, Buena Vista doesn't have sidewalks. The impact of not enough parking is gonna be huge.
I just want to clarify that the EIR, covers all these topics.
Well, this is a design of not enough parking spaces.
Okay, yeah, let's focus on design.
That's the design, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, well, I just also wanted to let everyone know that if you have larger concerns regarding traffic, drainage,
But it impacts design.
parking.
It was brought up
I'm just
yesterday.
saying that is best, I'm just saying, it really is best dealt with. As a comment on the EIR versus the CDRC, who's looking at specific standards.
Well, this is the design.
Each side of the design and infrastructure, they're together. And I don't like being told we can't make comments on things that are clearly in.
Yeah.
We are.
Well, you guys control how many parking spaces.
Well, they look at the design of the parking proposed, they're not gonna say add parking.
Yeah, Camille,
To be
Well,
honest.
who's gonna be in charge of that?
Yeah, so anyway, just putting it out there.
Yeah, well, you need some feedback to the planner, because somebody's gotta make decisions on how much parking is.
Okay,
So anyway, that's my main point.
okay, thank you very much. And the next speaker is Ann Guzman. Sorry if I mispronounced her last name.
And
Ann Guzman.
I'm Ann Hoffman, I'm on the Coast Community Council, I'm speaking today as a private citizen. And I think it is egregious at best to say that you can't discuss parking. And I'm just going to pass a picture to you. This is the firehouse and the street here. I would love for you each to take a good look at this. That's the width of the street that the firehouse, the fire trucks have to traverse. And if you have overspill from this community, which you will, they will not be able to get down the street.
There will be no room for cars to move out of the way and increase response times considerably. That will cost lives.
Just to put that out there. Now, to talk about irrigation. I would like to know, are there gonna be rain barrel capture? I mean, you're planting you're taking out significant trees. And you say, here's the wonderful view you're gonna get in 10 years. Well, that's if it grows. And it has to be watered, and we have limited water supply. Now, I know that the site has water supply guaranteed for human use, not irrigation. And so you have, and we have a tiered system that everybody has to pay for in Lost Beach. We own our water and sewer system. So I just want to know, how are you going to irrigate? How are you going to make sure that the landscaping does grow to the level that you said here? So that it will make sure that the buildings are not like that. Otherwise, we're just looking at massive buildings everywhere, and you're taking out significant number of trees that are carbon offset. You know, we're trying to reduce the carbon footprint, and you're saying, oh, look, you know, we're gonna do this, that, and the other thing for our buildings, but you're removing a significant amount of carbon storage by taking out all of these plants. So that's something that I think that really does need to be addressed structurally. And then, like I say, beyond that, I think that this process, I think, for people has been very frustrating, because we get, this is the EIR, this is something else, and then when we tell you these are significant issues, you know, they just keep pushing us to somebody else. And it is very, very frustrating, because it's our lives that are going to be impacted, and the visitors who come to the coast, when a fire truck cannot get to them, that's significant, you know, and every minute counts. I don't know if any of members of your family have ever suffered a stroke or a heart attack. Every minute counts, whether they will be saved or not. And, you know, that is something that parking is important, and there'll be 359 people living there legally, can live there. 2+1 rule, 359. That's a lot of cars. That's a lot more than 142 spaces. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker we have is Michael Priato. I'm gonna mispronounce her last name.
Did I build my own notes? Well, that's the second. Nice seeing you guys again. I've been talking with you off and on since over not in been several years ago. My complaints are usually the same. Okay, I think you've done a very good job in coming out. But I have 3 issues. First couple are just quick and doable. The other one we already touched on. I just simply said that right now, from what I read of the current topic that we have, there are a lot of still outstanding issues that haven't remotely been done with this. And what has happened in the description is that it says we'll invest in the future. Okay, we're going to sit there and take it up later after after people move in, we'll address it. The time to address it is before permits issued. Before, you know, you get the community up and running. You know, so it's just, people are building their individual homes and infringing on each other. They're not going to allow somebody to have construction and build a house, knowing that it's going to be partially on somebody else's property, or that it's going to endanger the local neighbors. So I'm just concerned about that piece. But you've made tremendous progress. The other one is the communication plan that you have for this newly defined project. Sucks. You now have a communication that reaches out from the core of the project to the local neighborhood of about 300 to 500 feet. That's about 10 houses. I live on Buena Vista Street. I was not notified. I have a neighbor who lives across the street from Montana. They were not notified, but the house across the street was notified. There's very few homes who got any notice that things were being done. And the other one is that I was shocked to see that it said that the shop or the coastal commission is totally out of the picture. I have never seen a project excluded from the coastal commission. And that includes sewer departments, commercial buildings. Caltrans can't fix the roads in El Granada because of the coastal commission. We have lots of that stuff in place, but this project doesn't have to worry about it. Now, the other piece we already partially addressed, thanks to you, when you talk about the emergency access in the back. And I am concerned with that because one of our neighbors on Lincoln Street had a stroke. He's had a number of them. And that fire truck did get blocked off on Elmo Street trying to get to Coral. It was also blocked off going down at the end of Buena Vista Street because one of the neighbors parked in front of his house. The roads are narrow. Our street on Buena Vista Street was put in by us, just like Sierra. So that, those are very big concerns. So that's pretty much what I start from. So if you talk about trying to allow people to do emergency exit down that little gravel road, they're gonna choke. You're gonna have people hurt. And if they have a fire, it's gonna end up like Hawaii, or it's gonna end up like paradise. And it's gonna be a problem. And then is not the time to say, we'll address it.
Thank you very much for your comments, Mayor. Thank you. And the next speaker we have is Sid and Young.
By the way, I'm having a hard time hearing, so maybe you guys can get microphones for your next meeting, would be a good idea. Sorry, let me just find this thing, I took a picture of mine, I think I can use my notes. Put it on my phone, but it's easy to get out here. Number one, here is not a county maintained road, and I've sold a house on there, so I can verify that it's narrow, it's dirt or gravel, a lot of the way up past behind the fire station, etc. Some of your landscaping, I guess, is gonna be astroturf, that's what I heard recently. So you won't have to water it, but, I still do not understand why you cannot make pervious sidewalks, pervious parking areas, and pervious pavement for the driveways, because we have really bad winter storms here, and anybody can see that it runs straight down Carlos Street. If you see a storm drain, don't be fooled, it doesn't go anywhere. My neighbor Barb that's sitting right there lives on Carlos, and there's a storm drain from, is it Kelmore, that's where the fire station is, it goes down her driveway. It doesn't really go anywhere, it just goes downhill and out to her street, so, that's something important to note. I really hope that you're putting downspouts on every building and undergrounding them via French drain system, and then could be channeled maybe to individual building, catchment systems. I don't think that two, what do you call them, retention ponds are adequate. And one of them is right behind Dolores Silva's house, who lives on Kelmore. So Carlos Street. And I think, to put it right behind her, if it's inadequate, it's gonna flow onto her property. So there goes one lawsuit. I especially am worried about stormwater that might run into Montero Creek, because the Fitzgerald Marine Reserve is where at the mouth of that creek, and that is an ASBS, that's an area of special biological significance. And that would be appealable to the Coastal Commission if you guys decide to channel your stormwater that direction. Even if you don't make adequate stormwater on the property, you gotta figure out a way to make it stay on your property, even if you don't want to put in more retention ponds. The parking is inadequate. As I mentioned last time, 5 EV chargers are nothing for 142 proposed parking spots, and I think you should put one per unit so that the different car owners in each unit can battle it out over who gets to use the charger instead of having all 359 residents, you know, battling it out for 5 chargers. We need more, and that's in the name of social justice. Don't make these people into more of a ghetto than you already have, is, you know, clustering them in all tightly packed together. It is a remote location, it's car dependent, so you underprovided parking in my opinion, and I think you should consider some more places where you can put backup cars and not allow for overflow parking onto the narrow streets. And last but not least, I'll keep it short. We've had many multi-day long power failures on the coast side. There's no, when that happens, we don't have internet and there's no power. And I had to drive to Pacifica with my heater on full blast just to get some wonton soup and warm up when one of the multi-days we were out of power. So I know you have some solar. I think you should plan for battery backup. And I think that's mostly all of my comments. Thank you very much. I still would prefer if it was a senior center, because people who are retired don't drive more energy and you get the cars for housing. Thank you.
And thank you for the comments. And now the next speaker is Sandra Barrocio. Sorry,
Okay, I hope you succeed. I used to live in one of your section of buildings in Salinas, and I was a skilled worker. Number one, these are the things that you need to have in order to succeed in having housing. Number one, make sure they have sewer and water capability. There is not enough sewer capability in our district to add 71 units. I've spoken to the staff at the sewer department. I've spoken to the supervisor. I have written my concerns. Number two, fire department and sheriff department, they're both on, California is the sheriff department, the fire department is on Stetson. One-way street, Carlos, they use that street on emergencies. 900 cars per day going down, Carlos one way won't work. Evacuation for these folks is not possible when you have all the other streets going down. When there is a tidal wave or a emergency, everybody has to go down California and south to the airport. That is an impossibility when you have additional housing at the end of Sexton Street. You cannot do that. Number three, Montero Creek. In order to succeed having these buildings, you have to look at your neighbor, Montero Creek. It needs to be redone, it needs to be resectioned, it needs to be redirected, it needs to be pumped out, it needs to rehab. That takes years of litigation. Maybe by 2030, when the highway is completely finished, then you will have the capability of having evacuation facilities for these folks that are going to be entrapped. So if you have one, sewer capability, two, fire department and sheriff department ability to come in and out for all emergencies, not just us, but the folks that you plan to plant there. Three, if you address Montero Creek, which is very fragile, very small, and has been there forever, and the stewardship of the mountain of Montero that supplies the water to a district needs to be maintained and kept. If you're gonna add more population, you're gonna need more staff at the district, you're gonna need more tanks, more pipes, and we all know what that's about. The sewer pipes and the water pipes that come in from our district onto Algona and Half Bay and pay for them, that's another issue. Whole different story, but still really reflect on us adding more people into our district. We just don't have the money. Number four, the highway connectivity. We need the highway to be finished. It's been projected that the highway will be thoroughly connected by 2030 at best. At best. Aren't we putting the cart in front of the horse in this? How do you expect to succeed, Mid-Penn, if you don't have all these structures set up? If you cannot see all these agencies that are interconnected, if you cannot address them individually, if you cannot succeed in having them in writing and agreements, how are you going to succeed? Thank you.
Very good.
Wanted to add, you guys can talk about whatever you like in the 3 minutes. I just wanted to make sure that if you can also, if you want a response to your comments via the EIR process, they're required to respond to your environmental related comments in the final EIR. So you're not gonna get a response by saying it here. Because they're only gonna just respond to you, and maybe the applicant might say thank you, but you're not gonna get an analytical response to your comments. But you will if you submit those comments through the EIR comment period.
And that period, it closes at September 25th.
Say that again?
September 25th is the due date for comments.
So, but it's appreciated.
Okay, great, yeah, thank you, and the next speaker is Becca Siemens.
Becca?
Becca,
Oh, great.
Becca,
Well, I want to come in and just get scared. I want to address just particularly the line having to do with the vehicular access on the single driveway from Carlos Street. Now, is it true that we're changing Carlos into a one-way entrance into the project? It's part of this. Is that true?
I am gonna refer that yeah, and that is okay. I mean,
I think it's a little bit informal if you have, but you don't need to if you don't want to, if you're not prepared to, or maybe you could just reference the EIR. If you want to.
So we're gonna change Carlos from one way into an entrance, and how do we come back to Stetson and Gilmore?
It's described in the EIR under the traffic section, if you want to read through it. I'm sure there's.
Do I have that true?
Yeah.
Is that part of the design?
The northern parts are the street from product maintenance to highway one is proposed to be removed. The northern portion of Carlos Street from the project driveway to highway one is proposed to be emergency vehicle access.
So please enter your comments into the EIR response period, and you'll get a response back.
What is from the EIR?
It's in the traffic section.
We read the traffic section.
So she has, her clock is running, so let's
Well,
let her
that's my
finish her
central
comment.
concern is that there's a reconfiguration of Carlos. If you reconfigure that one, you're gonna by necessity, reconfigure Stetson and Elmore, which now becomes a flood of exit, egress. And
That's
I'm
also
on the
gonna
corner of California and Stetson, and that's already a zoo, because the slow trucks can't make it, they back up, there's needles all on the road, they sit there spinning, they run back, another run at it, it's absolutely nuts to keep putting more traffic into that corner.
Excuse me, if you can, next week, there's a meeting with the county for transportation
Is that
and with
the
health
19th?
plans. And they are discussing the 3 roundabouts.
Oh, I thought it was
Even
tonight.
having the roundabout at the end
Okay.
of Carlos across from the lighthouse
Right.
is a real bottleneck.
Bad idea.
This highway round.
So I should be.
There's gonna be 3 of them.
The 19th.
Yeah, with
Okay.
these specific comments.
Count me off, okay.
thank you very much, and our next speaker is Carl May.
Since the last meeting of the design review committee, I can see that almost nothing for substantive issues has been done by Minpan or anybody else.
Same old.
I must say, and I have professionally dealt with design in other contexts, but I've been involved in Coastside design issues for many, many years. And I must say that your effort to kick the can down the road to the EIR is a process that's very familiar to others who have lived here a while. This is how developers go about doing things here. They kick it there, they kick it there, they kick it there, go here, go there, go there. You get to those stages, they say this is really an issue from the stage that kicked it. What you do in design, what you do in the design of a project affects the surrounding area, how this is designed. What on earth does anybody think an urban style housing project is appropriate for a coastal town? You're a coastal design committee. How on earth can an urban style design project, which are being, by the way, being torn down all over the United States because they haven't even worked with the cities, how is that in any way appropriate to the coastside? How is the kind of project that Mid-Penn has put in Half Moon Bay and south of Half Moon Bay, how is that in any way in design appropriate for this location in Moss Beach? How is it? You can't look at you can paint earth color, earth tone, smiley faces on a hippo's butt, but the hippo is still going to do what it does best out of that end. This urban style housing project fails in so many aspects, and I urge you not to worry about a EIR, which will be chaired by people equally ignorant of the off-site effects. I urge you to get into what you learned in design school, and hopefully it wasn't all urban design. The people here have all, what you designed puts a population there. That population has effects. You should listen to these people on streets, safety, pedestrian safety, evacuation, access to Highway 1, and so forth. The design of this project puts a population of people there that has these effects. Final note. Trees are proposed to be left around the border of this thing to help block the view partially of this project. That's a confession that this is inappropriate for the area, that you want to block the view of this from the rest of the town.
Yes.
That's a confession right off the bat that this doesn't belong. Thank you.
Very good. Museum, so we can take this down.
Yeah, so I have called upon all the raised hands for speaking on this item. For those on Zoom, are there any other persons who wish to speak on this item? Item number 2. If so, I'll provide a few more seconds in case there are others who would like to raise their hand to speak on this agenda item. As a reminder, for those joining by phone, please press *9 to raise your hand. If there are no more raised hands for this item, Representative Mr. Dean, please indicate if you would like to close the public comment section.
Yes, please close the public comment section.
Okay, thank you. And then now we begin the committee discussion for this project.
See what's there.
Okay. All right. I'd like to, before getting to the things that I have slated to discuss, I'd just like to review a couple of things that came up during the community comment section, and ask the applicant if they can provide some clarifying information. So, number one, are battery backups proposed for the solar?
Not currently, that's always a possibility, if that's funding allows, you want to say more?
Yeah, we are considering that when we build it, but the designs aren't advanced enough, we're continuing to have them.
Okay, how about downspouts and commissionings?
Yes, those are connected to a system that leads to the bioretention areas, and all of that has been very carefully sized to collect all our stormwater, keep it on site, treat it according to regulations. So it's a good comment. Yeah, that has been carefully.
Okay, number of trees eliminated versus number of replacement trees?
I should know that number. I don't know off the top of my head. If I look back here, I can probably come up with it.
There's 160.
Significant size, 160 to be removed.
Right, and if,
195.
thank you, sir.
Okay, so more than 1 to 1. Irrigation?
The comment on that would be, there's not rainwater collection for reuse, I think was a specific question. Let's talk about the trees definitely need to be irrigated, so they will be irrigated. But that's mostly when they're getting established, it's supposed to. We see a lot of trees growing out there, on their own. So, you know, there'll be a few years where it's critical. And then they should do pretty well on this climate selected record. And that goes for a lot of the rest of the landscaping, right? You gotta select landscape that does well in this climate, which means we can, which, let me just get, which means we select things that, you know, do well on with a little extra water, they sweep naturally in winter, can have less irrigation and survive in the summer, so that we work with the water.
I'd just like to note that the chair has the authority to reopen community comments when you choose to, if you choose to, but we're trying to have a discussion right now on the house. Not to jump in at every point, because I know there's a lot of interest, but we're already actually over time and have to begin our discussion. So, you know, can you talk about that, brought up that this is exempt from the coastal commission, can you just talk about process and why that is?
Yeah, it's not appealable. There is a CDP, a coastal development permit required. The county processes its own CDPs. You know that because we haven't adopted LCP. As we normally do, we would issue the CDP. It is not appeal. I think what they mean is it's not appealable to the coastal commission. Because it's not an appeals jurisdiction and it's a principally permitted use within this zoning district. So those are the reasons why it's not appealable. They are referred the project plans and reports and EIR. They comment to county staff. That comment letter is public, so you all can get a copy of it if you like. They'll be sent the EIR, they'll review it. Later on, when there's a decision on the project at every stage, planning commission, board of supervisors, they will be sent a notice of what the county's decision was. So they're not a part of this process. They are a part of this process.
Well, it's just that they are a critical part of this project, one was called the Cypress Project, under the Mid-Penn banner. So it, you know, when they suddenly resurfaced here with the California Teachers or Teachers Union supposedly driving it, that all of a sudden it didn't have to be reviewed. You know, if the water, and the big issue was the Fitzgerald Marine Reserve,
Right.
that whole protected marine area.
Yeah.
Which the lighthouse is.
Yeah, that should be discussed in the bio section of the EIR, so traffic section bio.
Right.
What's that?
They haven't bought from the Teachers Association yet, right? They're still the real owners. We have not acquired them.
Yeah.
Go back to Rebecca.
So I do want to say, I understand that, access and traffic and parking are part of the design. What's inadequate for me to hear is discuss how the structures and the landscape related to the new coast guidelines. And I've spoken with this before this came up last time, confirmed with Neil that the number of parking spaces being provided, whether it's sufficient, exceeds what the county requires. So in terms of what we are tasked with here today, and what is further than our power to discuss, is whether the project is in compliance with those guidelines. So it is, I'm open to discussing whether informed parking would be appropriate. I can see that a lot of people have concerns about that. I think there's a really difficult, balance between parking and drainage to be addressed, because the more impervious surface is added to address parking, the worse the runoff issues are going to be. All of these issues are an important part of the design are entirely outside of our purview, and I didn't consider it giving it down in hand. This is not the venue where we have any power to address the issue. So I strongly recommend this community with people engaged in the environmental impact review process, because that's a place where those can be addressed. It is not something on which any of us here, sitting here, have expertise.
Rebecca, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I'll stick with that. I just want to kind of reiterate the process that I understand that Camille and Glenn can confirm. So what we're doing here is we're providing a design review permit recommendation back to the planning commission or planning staff. They're then going to determine to move forward or not with the design review permit. In addition to that, this project goes in front of the planning commission. What the planning commission does is, you know, they review the EIR, the final EIR, but they also provide a recommendation to the board of supervisors. And the board of supervisors is the ultimate decider, if you will, about moving forward construction for this project. I hope I'm not getting any of that wrong, but what I want to point out is board of supervisors, planning commission, planning staff. There's also us. You can. I'm taking in this information with you guys, but I'm also putting the staff director capacity doing just to go over it. So it sounds like keeping it down the road. I understand that as well. I'm trying to keep it in part of this. So I have it back over to you.
But you can recommend.
We can recommend or not recommend the project for approval, but only
Based on the design review standards.
based on how it design review standards, which in terms of parking, it does. That doesn't mean we can't have a discussion about it, but I think that there are venues that are more appropriate and more productive for you to raise those concerns.
Well, if you guys would recommend greater parking, there would be people who would listen.
I hear you, and it's one of the things that we're going to talk about. There's one more thing that came up that I want to address in the comments, but it will come back to part. I think in your presentation, you mentioned that you reduced to 71 units and that matches the density of the community. And I wondered if you could speak about that a little bit more, because there was this term urban style thrown out, and to me that to give it the benefit of the doubt that it doesn't mean anything else, it just means density. So I'm wondering if you can speak to how the density relates to density.
Sure, prior to our project going before the county and then the state coastal commission, the site was zoned medium high density for the 148 units that you saw as a reference from another developer on the. So we went through the process to lower the density to medium density, which is the same as the adjacent neighborhood. And so we're at, I think it's 6.5 units per.
I think it's around 6 point or 71.
Yeah. We've heard from the community that they want the recreation space. We understand the site is right now and only used for a walking trail, which is why we kind of kept that.
So if we could go to the site plan. Are there any opportunities on the parcel that are possible for overflow parking, and in particular that would be possible for that are level enough for the overflow area?
Sorry that you want to speak to that, you're. And I might have to go to page 4, so it's a little easier to think just to see the whole site. Yeah, thank you. This is not, you know, The only area really that, you know, folks on the site, there's a lot of slope down the street, obviously down the road. The only portion that you could really conceivably add parking without a lot of grading adjacent to Lincoln. Area that the folks who were doing that or live up there know. And of course, we really didn't want to put parking right next to the neighborhood. And we feel like the amount of parking we have is going to be adequate. And will be managed. So I would say that's the area that conceivably, you could add a little bit of parking. And we, you know, we looked at areas along here, it just flowed off really deep. We really don't, we could be doing a lot of grading, we had impact on creek and all that. So I think that would be the one piece. And the pervious paving, as I mentioned, great idea. It just doesn't do as much when you're on a slope. It's more expensive, a little bit. It has to be maintained, everything cleaned out. So, and maintenance, people have raised that's a super critical issue. And invest on that, but they also have to pay attention to their budget on it. So that's why we really put the energy into making appropriate size bios roads. And then just keeping the paving at modest as we can.
And if you were to add parking over toward the Lincoln Street side, would that be access from within the site, or would that be like adding?
Yeah, I mean, conceivably, it could be accessed from the site. You'd have to come up this road, but it would be really right up against Lincoln. I mean, you'd be right there, adjacent to that street.
Well, farther kind of gravel or lot anyway.
And currently, and you know, our goal is to clean that up, do certainly some buffer planting here. A lot of that would have to go away if we were part of that and thicken significantly.
And that's very visible to the neighbors, so I don't, you know, find out that this part of the site is very visible. I think there's a rendering that shows the building here, it drops, so you're not really seeing the building that much, but you will see.
I guess it sounds like there's a lot of concern that there'll be, you know, visitor and overflow parking that'll end up parking on Lincoln and Carlos and preventing access for emergency vehicles. I think there's another question which maybe is more so Camille or for the county maintaining roads, whose responsibility it is to address these things, but it seems like I know on a lot of the streets around here that are international, there's informal gravel easements that end up being used for parking, and very informal to say, and I'm just wondering whether that's something that can be explored to add.
The landscaping behind, between the apartments and Lincoln, that's new, isn't it?
Correct.
Why couldn't that be pushed closer to Lincoln and put parking between the landscaping and the building?
Yeah, there's a fair amount of slope between these two, so that's landscaping kind of right at the top of that slope. So there's, you know, we'd have to actually show a layout of what parking would look like there, but we can't park on the slope, so we, you know, probably that buffer would have to push down and be reduced. We have to.
It looks like this view looks.
Yeah.
Can design review increase the amount of EV chargers for the complex?
I think that we can make that a suggestion. It's, I don't know if it's something that we can make in public approval. I think that, you know, in terms of kind of future proofing the project, that is something that I would like to make a suggestion that there be additional EV chargers. I do think that, you know, I don't imagine there's a lot of Teslas parking here, but as the requirements for more EVs take place, I think that will help.
North Beach gas station charger $5.59 for regular speed.
Yeah, I can show it, it doesn't communicate to you.
It's our low,
But, yeah, but low income people tend to have older cars, which are not up to necessary standards.
That's what we want to do, is get
I
low income people in there.
the price of gasoline is well, but. So I understand it's an issue, just trying to talk about the concerns that we might be able to make part of our recommendations or suggestions here. I would like to look at the building type. The long one. So,
And this
one, that was the one in particular.
we got one more slide, this is the long one.
Yeah.
It's showing it probably that's maybe its worst aspect, but let's show it nonetheless.
Do you want that plan view?
Which one is it?
The plan view one was.
Yeah, okay, the last.
Yeah, the last one. So I think that the length there, because I was looking at.
It's not showing up here, but I can
No.
also fix that.
The former building. And there is a slide that shows it with the roof and the length and the two, there we go.
Is it this one?
Right. No, right, sorry,
Salt east, huh? Already here.
keep going forward here, like we're gonna get there.
Is it this one?
I think you just.
Yeah, okay, so the changes you can are the single story volumes on the end and then drawing in on the second story. Along the long wall, is that correct?
It's really, yeah, right, additions there and full back.
Yeah, how far, those three smaller ones, how far are those, is that?
I'd say, 3 feet.
Okay, so, and then isn't there a view that shows the roof of this building? I don't know if this is just conceptual what the PD layout is, but it looked like there were two major arrays. And when we spoke last time, there was a talk about, that breaking the roofs was difficult because of breaking the PV arrays, but this building still seems to me like the roof line could be broken in the middle. So that it went like two structures instead of, it's glorious there, but I think it's 170 feet, right? Or is it the one that's like only?
I believe it's 115, and I'm sorry that that's not totally readable, let's see if it is online.
No, it's readable on here.
Is there, which, plan page shows the roof?
Are you looking for the building length? I believe it's.
Well, it's a better looking at it there. There's one that's like 100 and slightly over 100 feet, one type, and then another that I think was even longer, right? This is, the building in the rear though is the one that, is the biggest.
Yeah, it's significantly the longest. Building there to be. Yeah.
So I do want to say that in terms of most of the issues that we brought up with articulation and the palette and the lighting, I think those things have been really successfully addressed. Isn't this is not it?
No,
That's the
that's the community building. No, we were looking at it there. I think where we show in this presentation a roof is that kind of bird's eye perspective. But that was earlier on, which might be its easier. Yeah, I mean, this you see in here, as I say, in a way, no one will ever actually see it, but you see it. Better.
That would be a different color.
In any case, I would like to see the roof line of building 7 in the back split at the center area of circulation. With, I'm gonna come up for a second.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. What is this?
And that is actually a 1-story enclosure for waste that's down at the parking lot below. So that is in here.
Okay.
That's well below this. Yeah.
So I think that what I saw was there was a PV array here and a PV array here.
It actually based on.
Okay. And so it seems like that roof line could be broken at the middle staircase without disrupting the PV array all on the other side there. And that would, in some sense, reduce the visual appearance of mass of that structure pretty significantly, I think. That'll go a long way for me. Also, is that building entirely one color?
It is, and we do have And then, I heard the second comment, we do have an option, in fact, I could actually find it, pull it up, where we study, introducing this color at the ends, we're certainly, open to that idea. We decided to keep it simple, for the purpose of this, because it sort of lets these be special, but, we could certainly blend the color.
I think, I saw you had an alternative palette, I like the primary palette that you guys are proposing. I think that the building types, C and the building types in the center of the courtyard, to me, all feel like they've been modified to where I feel like they meet the guidelines. It's this building in the rear and the two larger gardens in the front that I feel like, are a little bit more problematic, and we spoke about this before, and the ones in front are really down slope, and I feel that they're not, as visible, so this would be sort of where I would, put my energy would be the building that I really like to see broken, in the mass and broken down, with the change to the roof lines and change to the color.
Yeah, I was just gonna talk about that as well. I mean, this, the going back in the comments, I know that there's a lot of other areas that are not necessarily common per se, but just wanted to look back at the design of these standards, in particular, neighborhood scale, there's language there about how this would relate to buildings in the area as compromise of this. That's where I have the biggest problems. It's not only with how the buildings are laid out now, but also the responses by your company to our original comments that Mark sent. Yeah, I understand that there's a cost component there. I just felt like if these are the standards that we're moving to, it's where I have the most concern.
I think that, if you think about a standard lot size here, the standard setbacks, typically the longest length of building that we see is around 60 feet, so that would be a 100-foot lot with a 20-foot front and rear yard setback. And so I appreciate this. I do think that the change the end colors, again, I'm curious about, I wouldn't want to see that as just sort of like a plain and plain. I want to make sure there's some kind of delineation. Given understanding that we had single family guidelines that we're trying to apply to a 71 unit structure, I do feel like there's a little bit room for flexibility, but I think that if the roof line is broken in the center and those two ends were using this iteration, that would be a lot more successful for me. I don't know, Mark, would you want to talk about the two buildings also, or is?
I feel it's to me, it's very similar, and, I know the color, it's not red anymore, so it doesn't have that appearance, but in shade, it's still, if I look at the houses around Moss Beach, to me, they're
Are those the A-type buildings down at that end?
These are, I'm better off going by building numbers.
Okay.
So let's,
the ones that are like
buildings.
Real briefly,
I mean, it looks to me like from this elevation, whatever, it looks like we got room to break the building apart. I mean, it looks like there's 40 or 50 feet there between that water tank, that you can just break it apart and move it over.
Yeah, we had a scheme where this building, at some point was separate parts, but, it did get closer to those water tanks, and there's a lot of slope, doesn't really show well in this view. So, it was more grade, more impact, less landscape. So,
The biggest slope there, I've watched it. It's not the biggest slope.
so
There may be fire department requirements. They have pipes that drop down there. And things like that, that are big mains. So that's something that we don't see there. No, because if you look to the back of that first tank, you see the big pipes with that connecting to it.
The other thing, we have a slide, that we can go back to looking at the two buildings at the other end. That'll just focus on
Ones that are.
the elevation of the two buildings at the end, not the building numbers.
And maybe we go to our site plan, on the after page, okay. And I appreciate that, or actually I mean, this is fine, this kind of shows it in simple detail here. Actually, if you go to page 4, I think it's a little easier. As you see it with the landscape, page 4, all the way through.
All the way.
Yeah. Well, I'm calling it page 3. Right. Remember, it's a presentation here, you made there, you might do it.
This is the side plan.
Yeah, to the left.
I think we go to this slide right here.
Okay, okay.
This will do. These are the buildings environment. You know, these are lengthwise are pretty similar to the community building. You can see that, they are 2 stories with a 1-story piece on this one. And this part of the site, to break these apart would be the most graded intact actually, because this site is already, portion of this is relatively flat, but part of what we're doing is creating a little bit larger flat area here, and these are smaller units and most.
Yeah, I don't have an issue per se with the community building. It makes sense from a gathering space, but as far as a housing units.
So Mark, so splitting these apart to get into this scale, pretty challenging. You know, it's of course up to and creating some more break in similar to what Rebecca is suggesting maybe on this building. I think it's an easier discussion for us. Doesn't pull these apart and start to expand the grading and reading.
So on the site plan where they come together at that acute angle, it looks really close, but I'm guessing that we can get down some buildings.
Yeah, that's about 20 to 25 feet.
Can we go to the slide one that has those building heights, if you want to support M&B?
Yeah, this is B, that's
Still means that 18.
This is on the plans. This is.
I think this is the actual confused slide. We're looking at, thank you, yeah, okay. So you are looking for the plans for those building sites?
Yeah. So I'm just looking to see,
This is tight, yes.
where the opportunity would be to make a break in the roof line, and I think it's over the areas of street circulation would be different opportunities. And then that would leave the massing of the remaining volumes. If we say that breaking the roof line makes them look more like separate structures, then I think it would be more in scale with the other buildings in the community. But I heard a little audible sigh as we thought.
I think there's a public comment. Whatever the term is. Let's stick out with what it's leading in the right direction. I just in terms of the massing, you know, as you referred to, we're provided a design guideline for 1 and 2 story housing, and it's agree with that, but when you look at that language, it doesn't create itself to structures that are, you know, like a 4-unit building without that separation. So just how it fits into the character. You know, I certainly understand if this was a project that was reviewed by a different design standard, but given what we have to it seems this.
How many units of housing are provided in the type B building versus the type A building here? This is at the end.
Yeah, no, look, I have to call up and count it, but this one is, this is 16, I think the E type is, an additional, might be 20 units.
And I guess the reason I asked was the B-type building, which has the shed volume at the end, we're just looking at. Feels more successful to me, so I was kind of wondering if they were, how many more units you're getting out of this one.
This is the one that are like, the really townhouse duplexes together, so that's separate.
Sorry, I think the other long bar building down there, which is the long shed roof.
And let me say, the number of units is a tricky comparison. This is mostly one bedroom units, and there's one,
I see.
550. So these are a greater number of units, right? So it's not exactly one comparison.
Right. So is there an opportunity for the A-type building, to have an articulation like the B-type building has, where there is a one-story portion?
And one of those two buildings does have that articulation. If you go to the, sorry.
Page 30?
Page 30. Where is that page? So it's, if I can answer your question, it's not out of the question, and we've introduced that one story piece both on the A and now on one end of the E. This is the B, yeah, this is what you're speaking.
Yeah, so this to me relates better to the one-story guidelines. I'd say there's two buildings, and I think Mark and I may not be 100% on the same page. There's two buildings to me that feel like they're the most problematic with regards to the guidelines, and one is the E, building 7 in the back, where I was asking about breaking the roof and adding the color to
Yeah,
it.
and I do understand you guys are blending.
And go ahead.
I wanted to know.
And then, so this is one of those two buildings that come together in a V shape, right?
Correct.
Okay, so this one was more successful than the other one. So I'm wondering if the other one can,
Because of the one story.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's a way for the other building to be sort of informed by what I think is more successful about this building. Or to adopt a similar strategy to the E building, although I'm hearing the other voting that room maybe doesn't think that would be sufficient. But those would be the general drive if I wanted to focus on two areas where I feel like this would be good to find better answer how to do that. I'd say it would be the breaking we discussed on building 7, and then whatever building was, you're not this one, but the A-type building, which is adjacent to it.
I appreciate everybody here thinking those through, and I don't know what a step here would be in terms of scheduling. Yeah, I think that's.
I guess where I'm moving towards is, at the end of this meeting, you guys are gonna have to decide if you want us to vote, right? And if we come to a vote, rather than a continuation, then we would be looking at a motion to approve conditional on certain things, which then we could either vote yes or no. So if I were to make a motion to approve this project conditional on certain modifications, I'd have to know that you thought that those were things that you could achieve. I think that I've been pretty clear, and again, I can also make a motion if there's other things we'll have more discussion if I can get on the same page. For my part, the breaking down of the massing on building 7 by breaking down the roof, I don't want to change the ends, we bring that with it sufficiently. For me, I don't have a concern about the C-type buildings, the staggered ones and the ones with the volumes on the end, but I'm meeting the guidelines. I'm content with the B-type building. So that leaves one building on the site that I would need to modify. I would probably more like this one, because these two are the ones that are in close frequency to one another. I don't know whether that would mean compromising the total number of units, or whether there's some other approach. We can have a little more internal discussions to ensure that we would be on the same page about what would suffice. Or if you feel like none of the things that I'm talking about are going to be sufficient for you to get there, then we may be in a situation where we're just not coming to the unanimous vote. So I think that's why I'm sort of asking you whether you think that there is, whether you think that this is workable for you to try and modify the anti-bay.
We're open to continuing to look at that. We did look at changes to pretty much all the buildings from the first round of amendment, and now with the new information, we're open to looking at it and studying. We're not able to commit to that without any cost tax, and we are continuing discussions, as you said, with our general contractor to represent. So what I'm hearing from you, just to clarify, is it could be a recommendation to approve with conditions or continuation or. Is that the three sort of?
Yes, the three things that happen are we can,
There's a fourth where.
Yeah.
If we're voting differently,
Oh,
it's a no
so then-
different.
Well, it's a no action, it's no action. So it's a yes, a no. They don't have the option of continuance, but you have the option to ask for one and they can grant it, but maybe you don't want to continue, I don't know, but if they vote and they can't decide if it's yes or no, then it's no action taken.
and what is the consequence of no action?
It just goes to the plan.
So, I think that, so yes, you can elect to address these concerns and come back to that. If you request a vote, then, sorry, I'm not quite, if we request a vote, then I think that either of you just really, I don't think we have a, yes, we're gonna vote yes, or no, we're gonna vote no. I think we would arrive at a motion to approve conditional on certain requirements. So if those certain requirements are that we do building 7, what we discussed, and we do something to building type A to make it more like building type B, then you would want us to make that vote unless you were comfortable with whatever the consequences, and actually we can work that out first about making those changes. I know, like what I'm allowed to say, what I'm prepared to make a motion for.
That sounds good, and then just like, as you would normally do for any project, you and Mark would have to agree on, so we know what your changes are, and we like,
Yeah,
probably hear from you about what changes, and what you can agree or disagree with what changes that you.
because I can make a motion, but if it doesn't get a second, we don't vote, right?
Yeah, and you mentioned.
Well, you know, I think everyone, because there's only 2 million voters, I think everyone should second the motion, but then the vote itself would be what it is.
Thank
You
you.
mentioned to the, this, what I'm. I would that is very. I know that there's more successful.
Building B.
Yeah, it's just on that.
Yeah, can we bring the slide back up with building B then, so we can hear it? So what would you want to see?
I just think taking that approach with building, the longest building isn't necessarily going to be involved. It's, that's density, given the character of the neighborhood, just.
So do you have concerns about this building height or this building?
I see your point, I see there's that separation, right? There, that separation, like, there's, towards the middle of the first one story section, yeah, it's especially putting on the slide, when comparing that to 1 and 2 family, it's better.
So, do you want to talk more about what changes could be made to bring this building, more into
Considering the constraints.
performance, or would you like to talk about the rest of the buildings?
Well, I feel that the more town style, I think it's the 3 bedroom units, I don't know what it is, but the ones that are separated, that to me feels more character with the surrounding neighborhoods. I understand medium density, and if folks are talking about this, we're talking about it being like you know, this dense urban area, but I did go look back at the density, and it does appear, you know, very similar to surrounding neighborhoods in terms of approximately 6 whatever units per. So it's just that yours more concentrated because you are having open space, which open space is great. But in terms of blending with their, I do feel that needs to be considered as having that type of building and in the broken up centers, you know, the other units. So I know that they're not 3-bedroom units, they're even 2-bedroom units, so, you know, it's not necessarily, well, I would say that there's room there where you're not just limited to 2 residents per building because they're smaller units, but I would like to see them appear more like the buildings that you see in the neighborhood. The buildings in the neighborhood, as you all aware, are starting to reach AU and JUs popping out, so they are returning to more of like units, but they still are a significant for 2 buildings. I mean, yeah, that's just part of the.
But pretty much the changes that were listed out from the last meeting.
Yeah, and that's the purview that I'm using, by the way. I'm not trying to, you know, I don't want to subject these guys to double jeopardy, so it's within that, what was previously written on by Mark. I'm using that as I guess, you know, to I can comment on that. I specifically responding to the response back from the local zoners that, you know, we can't do it, we can't look at the buildings because of the consequences. It's a comment that we made, and I think it's made based on the design guidelines. I feel like I want to stick to that.
So, am I meeting you right that, you feel for those who go down into 2 buildings each.
Yeah, so you know, like the rest of them, in size, so I'm not sure what the parcel coverage, but what the building square footage is for the small buildings, but yeah, they resemble us.
The more housing based buildings versus the, kind of like, you know.
No, I think we're all committed to the community.
Yeah, the community.
There's just talk to buildings, buildings with their long bars and housing. And I think what I'm saying is, yeah, building 7, those 3. And which is the one that has the single story portion? Is it the one
It says
with
right here, so this is A, this is B, that's E.
Right. So, what I'm saying is that if building A looks more like building B, and if building E had the roof broken down, I think I would be satisfied. What I hear Mark saying is that he would like to see A, B, and E all be more like a C, right? Which is the lower, the smaller, yeah.
Either the ones right at the center of the roadway, right the side, which are like.
And so I think that, I think that Peter is going to say that the slope of buildings A and B, makes that difficult because they created a flat area.
Yeah.
And they don't have as much area to break those apart. And building E does seem like it could potentially be broken down, although from my part, I would be satisfied with breaking down the appearance of mass by working the roof lines and the colors instead of breaking down the actual mass. I don't think that.
Yeah, where you're headed towards that, yeah, it's definitely against. That successful and it's fine. And I acknowledge, making suggestions obviously comes at a cost and both time and resources as well. Right, I'm aware of that, I just think it's.
And I think they made like some 3-foot insets.
Yeah.
If the insets were perhaps larger,
I think we're 3'9". That's the difference, that works. I mean, it's only at the second story. It might be more successful if it were also at the first story, but I think there's such a careful balance because anything we do on those two, on A and B buildings, to break them apart, is gonna expand their footprint and drive them closer to the creek or the.
Yeah, less open space.
Yeah, so.
I get it, because, maybe just one of them, bring the picture. There is an easement for the, water line, that constrains the end of this building and that one, it just goes our backwards.
And
So
then,
this one is expanded and go this way, and these, if they expanded apart, would have to somehow go a little closer to Carlos and your.
well, so the A-type building, yeah, that one, if it had a 1-story portion towards Carlos, which is also inside, visible, I think, from the road and the community. I feel like then those two would be kind of like tailing down together and looking, smaller from the vantage point that anyone can see them. I think that, that would really be a good compromise to me. But it would be nice to, well, I don't know. If it's going to be possible for us to come to some agreement, we should. If it's not, we should just move to whether we're gonna have a continuance for both.
Yeah, I could say that, just in terms of getting our emotion, from my perspective, it would be more along the lines of emotion, or typically with
Recognitions.
with condition that, A, B, and E are not, broken up so we can see the footprint. That's a big change. So,
that's the only one that you.
And when you're, I mean, I recommend, you're saying actually separate.
Yeah, and I think part of it too, for me, is like, that, not that, I don't know how you would, just in terms of folks living in the space, ownership in the area. Sandra, one of our commenters, pointed out, about having your own area space. I think there's just more of a sense of ownership that it's going to character with what the neighborhood, which is single to family.
Yeah, but if I may, but this is not single family housing. And I think the point that if you have a lot of barbecues and bikes, things on the outside, patios, you didn't say this, but I'm gonna say like it can make the space look kind of junky and messy. And I think that a lot of individual barbecues is also potentially a hazard. So, I mean, I would love to see these buildings at all, the units that single family homes have. But I would also like to see housing provided for members of our community that I think we can say. And so I feel like there are, it's a stretch to make the guidelines which are good single family housing applies to a project of this type. Yeah, I mean, I think the C, I don't know if it's C1 or C2, the staggered building, I also think that's the most successful building on the site.
And I get your point, and the community design, maybe I'll turn to the planning staff and say, I just don't want to assume that everything be around to start to, pilot standards to, multi-unit buildings. Okay, but it's not standards or requirements, but, is that you have how much room for interpretation you have, because it really puts us in a situation if you're reviewing this project, which is definitely not as, you know, wanting to.
Yeah, I mean,
We're supposed to have
neither
objective standards.
standards really address multi-family housing, it only addresses single family. Oh, well, I'll get to you, in a second. I'm just trying to do working, but I think it's less the literal, application of scale in this instance. I think it's more about the appearance of scale and doing, they have very rigid constraints. And it's, we have to think like kind of design oriented in terms of articulating a larger building into what might appear to have a more compatible scale with the homes around. So I don't know that we can necessarily like force them to do, okay, here's the size of the home and you have to kind of, it's like, that's a rigid project constraint. We're trying to provide as much affordable housing for this community as possible. And while preserving the services, so if we can articulate the articulations to the larger building, that might help the appearance of scale down. But then we should, and I wanted to say that if this turns into a draw, I think the planning commission is gonna have far fewer tools in terms of this knowledge of the standards and in terms of architectural design knowledge to do anything to help this design better fit into the community. So I think it really does, I think you would be doing the community more of a service to try to list out what those changes would be in a way that fits with their project. Criteria.
Yeah, from my point of view, you know, parking is much more important to me than breaking that building in half or the thirds or anything else. I think there's more parking. Me relying on than breaking.
Yeah, I think that's for the planning commission.
No, I'm just saying, you can recommend that.
I think should be headed there anyway, but in the meantime, they have to figure out how we're gonna make the findings that this complies with the standards.
I'm just saying.
Let me ask you a question, or one of you. Since we're not in total agreement about how we would break down the visual appearance of mass on the structure, do you think that we could come to an agreement about a percentage by which the visual appearance of mass needs to be reduced on the structures?
Just think about my here.
What I'm wondering is if we can come to an agreement on the percentage by which the appearance of visual mass needs to be broken down and restructured, that Mark and I were discussing. This is not about the park, this is just about the design standards for buildings, so that we might move towards something that we could get a non-tie.
I would probably say not on a percentage per se, but on a scale that resembles the buildings, which to me resembles buildings that are. So even though it's a multi-year building, or there's a resemblance to what is in the surrounding area.
Do you feel like that could be achieved at the second level, so that it could be so that, do you feel like it should maintain the footprint of those three buildings, but only changing the mass and of the roof lines and the.
I think it can be done, but
It's beautiful.
yeah,
Make the less rectilinear, less Boston.
but if you keep it in the footprint, which to your point, I can see it being better. You know, that would require this sort of or.
I mean, I actually think like with the A-type building that, I'm not sure that jogging it would be an improvement, because I think that it represents a really narrow place to the street right now. I do think that breaking down the second story volume, would, well,
Square footage.
yeah, I mean, it would. I think we might be looking at a scenario where each of those buildings needs to lose one unit or something like that.
Yeah,
But I don't wanna be too prescriptive. I guess, let me throw it back to the applicant, hearing the conversation we're having. Are you guys inclined to request a continuance, or should we keep hashing through this to try and get to a vote today?
Respectfully to the community and the committee, we are.
Okay. So let's figure out from there.
When you're doing a motion.
Can I make the motion?
Can I ask a question? This gentleman mentioned parking, and then you said that's planning, or somebody said it's planning.
Planning commission, planning is better suited at the planning commission
So it's like,
we have to wait.
I'm gonna recommend.
with regard to parking, yeah.
Okay,
This is more design standards.
We have to go planning, so let's start to go to you guys, how do we get this shit
So,
coordinated?
so.
It's just ridiculous.
We did, and I mention about their own public parking plans.
And I don't want you to break up a building that can affect the park. I mean, this stuff has to be coordinated.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. I don't think I will, I need you to be sustained.
Part of the community.
I understand. Volunteers. I understand. One of our business day to be here, so we're volunteering.
We don't get.
We don't get paid to take off after they work.
Yeah.
We're all community here.
I would just let them finish deliberating. Unfortunately, parking is not something that they're taking on today, whether it's. It's probably better done at the planning commission after they've digested the traffic and parking sections of the EIR. But I believe there will be probably a recommendation for additional parking based on the kind of the concerns of the neighbors.
We say one thing as if it was moving council also. I mean, we all want to have what's best for the community as well as providing. And what one saying makes a lot of sense, if you just think of housing and save housing, and it goes completely out of scale. It ruins the neighborhood, it ruins what people like myself did there 30 years. It ruins that sense of community that we have, and it takes away the coastal feel. You're talking about, these are carbon barracks, for God's sakes. I mean, really. I'm just saying that please take into consideration the community around it, not just the people residing inside.
This is what you're saying, if we reject it, it goes in back. It's less cool, but people being good, inspired them to direct, so we sit here and work.
And hash it out, yeah.
Hash it out, and get everyone.
They're trying to finish, let's let them finish, because they're on the cusp of something, but we can't like switch to something else.
I mean, you think, Tuesday.
No, there was a public comment session where you all had 3 minutes to discuss, and now it's CDRC deliberation. They've heard all the comments that you made during the public.
I would strongly urge that it doesn't feel like necessarily the comments are being taken, specifically addresses traffic flow, et cetera. There's a meeting yesterday.
We were there.
Exactly, this one. As Camille said, the written comments are to be responded. Not to say that they're necessarily drive change, but they are going to be addressed there.
Their professionals or traffic professionals, parking professionals will have to reply to your concerns in a technical manner when staff right here would not be able to respond technically.
For what it's said.
Sorry, CDRC and staff. We just don't have the answers for that.
And yesterday's meeting never had a site plan, so parking was never discussed. We talked about the roads and the egress.
There's also an agenda issue.
Never mentioned about
We
parking.
can't really discuss too much of like things that are off of the agenda. It's design review. This is the CDRC. So we stick into design. I think we knew that all coming in.
This is design.
It is design.
It's the design of the parking, but from a zoning standpoint, if it meets the zoning, it's just like, you know, if you have two, okay, so we can just argue back and forth. But I would like the CDRC to finish the deliberation, make a recommendation ideally to the planning commission, and then that's where these things can be really discussed in detail. When, and we know that you're concerned about it, but we'd love to help you, but they have a very, very strict, kind of mission, which is whether it complies with design standards or whether it doesn't, and they don't have an issue with the parking. I'm not hearing that they have a design issue with the parking, but they may make a recommendation. No.
Yeah, if we cannot come to a consensus today, then this is going to go to the next level without any of our recommendations being heard, okay? We've spent several hours here listening to you and asking follow-up questions and trying to incorporate your concerns into our recommendations. If we cannot come to a consensus, then we will get nothing out of all of that, because it would go straight back.
As is, it'll go.
And Rebecca, just to summarize some of your recommendations about the showing each other when we movement plan. And some of the.
Yeah, I would like to craft a motion, I would like to craft a motion to approve this project conditional upon the breaking down of the visual appearance of mass of buildings A and E, through breaking down the roof line at the center over the vertical circulation, through adding the secondary color on building E, and through either creating a one-story section of building A so that it resembles building B more, and or additional breaking down of the roof line, or whatever kind of language you and I could come to that we feel like we could come to a consensus on, that would reduce the visual appearance of mass of those two structures, and with the suggestion to add visitor parking on the Lincoln Street side. And with the suggestion to increase the number of EV chargers that are provided for electric vehicles, and potentially with the suggestion to use it rather in this area. I think that it's building well, I think we're not totally on this, I don't know if that is something you would support or anymore.
Well, I just say, it's very important.
Yeah.
But just that breaking into the vision aspect, which is reducing, two-story.
Mm-hmm.
In my mind, would be usually story.
Probably not.
I would.
Or adding a bump up.
Or adding a bump up, yeah. I think that what makes building B like the community building more successful for me in terms of its according to the guidelines is the fact that it has that big shed volume, which breaks down the massing. I think that that's a strategy that could work for building A. It's a strategy which could also work for building, you know, though I feel like the building that basically just kind of split in half at the second story, that it would be a lot more like the size of the small units. Yeah, I mean, I think each of these buildings either could be sort of have a piece cut out of the second story, out of the second story roof line, so that it was like two roof forms that were connected on the first floor of the circulation. Or like building B, it's real land. I don't know what the purpose of work, I wouldn't be too descriptive, but I can make sure that it is something that you're also comfortable with.
I mean, for me, that is, needs to be the parents, what you're saying, small buildings, no, they're looking for it. And I think that it's gotta drive, you know, a reduction in square footage, a reduction in units. If it doesn't do that, it's not.
Do you think that if the reduction in square footage or reduction in units needs to be part of the language, or like you want to suggest that they could achieve that through doing a little bit in and a little bit out of the fence and arriving at the same number with that potentially likely?
I'm trying to see how it's going to work with this sort of thing. That if we're using a whole floor. And we were also, but looking for that. Is there enough space there?
No. I mean, potentially we could say, again, I'm trying to get something so that we give them some room to work, like, because we do have a guideline about the second story stepping in from the first story or having a smaller mass, so perhaps we could condition some language around, second story, again, maybe assessment in a certain area or percent smaller than the first story, so that then, they can put people, when we get to get back to the rental.
You know, there's language that might be in the, I think it's,
Letter was posted on.
I'm taking another good word. We'd all like to go, but I just think this is such an important.
Yeah.
I'm sure that we're not.
We've had meetings that run a lot longer.
Yeah, we've been there until seven.
And this is. Yeah. the continuation.
Yeah. It's right here.
Okay, let's put it up, yeah.
It's a little blurry, so it depends on the name.
And page. You go back to page.
Page 2.
Secondary roof
Oh.
lines, bricks and roof lines.
Yeah, mass shipping scale. The
Large
element that's-
massive scale.
The massive, most of the proposed residential structures are out of scale. That's probably the crux. Focus on. Yeah, I can have you done. Get the correct response.
Well, there's the,
Camille, you feel like we're interpreting the staff feels like we're interpreting the.
well, I just think that neither of them really fit this project to a T. They fit, you know, like there's some single family houses, or they fit industrial or commercial development, right? There's nothing that says multi-family residential. And they have a mission to provide more affordable housing, and they can't provide affordable housing. Cost a lot. So I guess what I was challenging you to think about more was, you know, you'll have two buildings that have a separation of whatever 10 feet or 15 feet in between, or what have you. But you can have two buildings that have 5 feet in between. And that could read like a single building, or you can have a single building and like multiple buildings, but without the, exactly, but why does it have to have like, it may not have 20 feet in between, it may have 5 feet in between, and that may read very similar to say this, with the proper articulation.
Well, let's say that's condition that the division is broken up, and they make that change, and then it doesn't go back to us to the rate, but maybe we'll come in, that's,
Enough.
you know.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, so after, you know, if you guys can't agree with us, it's just gonna go as it is, and they'll have to do what they can without with less. But, yeah, so we're challenging you to try to like articulate exactly like, I don't know, maybe Rebecca, we can help, because as far as, what they can do to better articulate the building, and I also said, so there's the appearance of scale, but from the appearance from what point of view? So there's the point of view from the street where you can't see. So maybe articulation isn't on every elevation, maybe it's from viewed as viewed from the side. Exactly. So maybe we're only talking about one elevation where we're kind of like insetting, offsetting from the inside. And that's cheaper for them. To just think about it.
Can we go back to the second one? Okay. Okay, so this side is visible from that one, right? Everything in favor
Yeah,
on that?
so street side we're talking about.
So this side is visible from Highway 1, although it's much lower, right? And then, these would obviously be sides that are visible from the interior. And this one which has a little shed roof. What is that? It's on the center.
Right, most visible from the end.
Okay.
Most visible.
So then, would making this section right here be a one-story section? Be kind of what we're talking about in terms of reducing the visual mass from where it's most visible?
I mean, that's helping with the visual mass. But, you know, that's a component of it. In terms of the feel of the neighborhood, just how folks are. When they're in the area, looking at buildings, okay, does this look like this? Does this look like one? That's I have not seen any area like this.
What about the building of Ed Love's that we approved a couple of months ago?
That will be the first.
Apple Orange juice, yeah.
This will be like. These-
So that's one of the.
A quick comment, I appreciate this conversation, Mark, I appreciate it is struggle because it is kind of, unusual among speech, but not a lot of important housing. Definitely, we did the larger buildings where we thought they would have the least visual impact, that's the way we were trying to apply the guidelines, which every recognize these are not quite a perfect fit for multifamily, but that's what we. In this building, we think will be the least visible. In reality, of course, Highway 1 is down here. You really don't see anything in Highway 1. Carlos is dropping down here. This is really quite, personal, and it's mostly blocked by this building. So, fine to talk about this, but this was definitely the least visible. That's why this one we did a little story piece to it, and this one I think is probably from, and then. In either case, these are really not visible from the neighbors. They're visible if you're passing by. And they're really, in that sense, become more related to the things happening on Highway 1, even if Montero. So this is definitely about the neighborhoods. So we would just acknowledge that. Now, we were making a case for letting it be a long building because it's down low very well. But I think from a neighborhood perspective, I would say that's the subject and the view that Rebecca's focusing on the back. And I was saying that's the secondary very much because it's really not seen.
Yeah, the backside of that is more towards.
This is pretty big creek and a very steep. Down to the creek. And the only neighbor who's across the creek, so of course.
There's a street in there,
Yeah,
16th Street in there, several homes.
right.
No.
No question. I'm just saying they're a good distance and there's a lot of trees and a lot of slope between that building and those homes.
Yeah.
Compared with,
That's
let's say this building and
building there, it's, yeah.
Well, that section of Sierra Street, is
Building use.
not county maintained. Only the back of the fire station is there, and a few houses, I think. So where you have number 5, you can add as a parking.
No.
I'm not going to. It's just. Okay, parking. You're gonna have to block it and then. For how to reduce the visual mass
A building.
of building A.
Sorry, I help you with these letters as you get that stage.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, and I think you're. Yeah,
Yeah.
I can see that, especially given this. I want, I'm conscious of that. We could make some positive. And we don't wanna lose that, at the same time, this is our opportunity, to really invest in some significant changes, so. Yeah, building E, what would you suggest for you?
Building E, so building E, I think breaking the roof line at the middle over the central vertical circulation. I think that area probably still needs to be used, right? Because it's, sorry, so the central stairs on building.
Breaking it.
Yeah, if you were to break the roof line, you would still have some kind of, right? Because that's how people are getting into their second story apartments. It could be a lower gable or a flat roof or covered trellis of some kind. So for me, for building E, if we were to break the ridge line at half inch and then articulate the ends with colors, as they did in that one alternative that they had.
Well, it's now you have, instead of one more story.
You have two stories.
Are there others that scale well?
Yeah. If we can scale though with a significant 100-foot lot, but their setback, if we visually build it out into two, because I think it's 117 feet right now, so yeah.
Yeah, it'd be smaller than, but.
Yeah, but you know, most of the houses. We're looking at, those ones, the narrow street. I mean, not all,
Yeah.
especially size.
What about like 3 roof pieces?
I mean, the roof could be broken at each of those areas of population, because that is going to disrupt the baby layout. But hey, we're trying to get to a book here, so sure, let's say, let's hypothetically say that we make a recommendation to break the roof line of building B over each of the areas of vertical street population and change the color of the two end bars per west flag, whatever that is, they have that alternative color version. And then additionally, to reduce the second story volume of building a relative to the first story footprint, such that it provided articulation similar to B. And with the recommendation to increase the number of EV chargers and to increase the number of guest parking spots. Does anyone in the audience have a number of parking spots that feel like are needed?
I think it's really easy to garage. I know that it's out of people's, you know, I know they don't have money, but I mean, one. What do you think is gonna happen? There were 359 people.
Okay, I'm just gonna.
I'm just concerned, I mean, I'm gonna.
That would be.
That's a suggestion.
Honestly.
Okay, so I have.
About 50 to 100.
Well, I think the parking, we should talk about this, sort of the conversation going around. I'm too concerned. We have never really talked about parking up here at these neighbors and introduce it a little bit now, even a few guest spaces. I'm just saying that the tent feels a little out of sequence. Any parking we provide will have to have an accessible route down to here. That's kind of the code requirement. And so it's more pathways. It's going to be actually more coming and going for residents up here. There will be, so that's there's some additional cost involved in that. And we want to extend the road up, assuming we don't want to cover Lincoln, but all that's going to, in my mind, make it.
You're gonna be on the street.
Yeah, I don't think the neighborhood.
Just a bit, it's gonna make, I just want to say in terms of our public communication, I'm a little nervous about coming out of this with that kind of change.
More parking for those neighbors.
And there's more,
Because of the impacts.
Yeah.
and if you're gonna do a lot up there, you have to do some light posts, which will be visible from the Lincoln Street.
I guess what I'm hearing
Well, we're
from
bringing
really
it
is that the
because of
streets are
the-
too narrow,
Okay.
right?
I hear you, I hear you.
Lane of parking is created along any one of the streets, either by Lincoln or by the county.
Street widening, is there enough right of way on Lincoln to widen the street for street parking?
I can't even speak to that for certain, we have to, you know, in the, you know, the whole road as it comes down, it's there.
So then
I
I'm
don't know.
making a recommendation to increase the amount of visitor parking and to provide some analysis around the possibility of widening either in or Carlos or provide street parking that will serve the whole community as well as having to then provide more access. You know, there's not a condition, a suggestion that has to be in this, and some.
Also, one of the conditions about.
Oh, right, those would be the conditions that I would. Make. That sound like I should make that motion. Do you want to add things? You're not there.
Yeah, it's just that building, you split it in half.
On the side of the house, putting it in four. Yeah, and every place, there will be the.
Oh, I think that's
So that building is going four stairs and building A will become like building B, in my hypothetical notion.
You know, if you look at the Woodbridge via satellite on Marymount's Point Road, you can see thousands of cars parked up and down the street. Because they put in that, put parking in for those 160 million, but there's farm fields on either side, it's not even gonna have neighbors. I don't live in that neighborhood, but I'm worried about altercations of overflow parking and neighbors not wanting the project in, residents that come and park on their block. And, you know, in further impact.
Yeah, I understand.
small amounts
So
of parking.
just, you know, if we put in, for instance, like if we try to put in an addition, say maybe you could add even more.
Can you
parking
speak
spaces.
a little louder?
If we added in a condition like you're recommending to require X number of parking spaces, this condition would go back to the planning staff and would say that does not have any purview or design review space, and we'll get straightened out.
Well, there's a really big parking lot at the Mormon church, maybe Midpen should make some arrangements with them for weekday parking, they probably don't use it on Sundays.
So I would like to make a suggestion to provide some analysis around opportunities for additional parking on site, off site. Again, not in our purview, but I think we did put a recommendation to provide some analysis around opportunities for more parking, then it would at least go to the next level of the.
Yeah, it'll be reviewed, so writing.
Well, just a second, there are downsides.
Yes, I know.
The problem is population that's to be put in.
Yeah, that's why I would like
And you're gonna have more services for runoff. Already, the runoff has not been considered in this design, the real world runoff. The runoff that happens during big storms,
So,
not considered.
that's
And
not true.
what the hell is that pervious pavement? It's gonna cost you a few bucks. How does India be ahead of the United States on pervious pavement, both concrete and asphalt? There's concrete pavement available that will hold its weight in water. You know, and yet, we can't consider it for our rich country.
So Rebecca,
I mean, this is-
with those changes and the color change, for the. Resembling whatever. Rechargers,
Coming parking, that's the one thing I think that we put in suggestions it needs to explore.
There's gonna be questions for you guys about are you comfortable with it? The condition and approval of the guidance.
I'm sorry, I'll need clarification on what is the condition, what's the suggestion.
Okay, are you guys ready to request a vote?
We are ready if you're ready to.
Okay. Let's try this, so, provisionally.
yeah, let's start with the conditions.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this, to recommend this project for approval, is that what it is, right? Based on the following conditions and suggestions. Conditions. One, reduce the visual appearance of mass of building E by breaking the roof line at each of the exterior stairways and to introduce a second color on the end volumes. Two, to reduce the visual appearance of mass of building A by making the second floor area smaller than the first floor area in a similar fashion to building B. And that was it for conditions,
Yeah.
right? And then with the following suggestions, to increase the number of electrical vehicle chargers provided, to increase the number of guest parking spots provided with analysis as to whether that would be located in an overflow parking lot, on or adjacent to the site, and with further analysis for the possibility of increasing the percentage of pervious pavement, or increasing, I guess, if there are no pervious pavement now, of introducing pervious pavement in areas where the level is flat enough to allow for that.
Just to be clear, it's the suggestion. Is it a suggestion to reduce?
That was a suggestion to increase the number of, yes, parking spots with analysis. I think you have to do with analysis as to the number that can be physically provided. There's clearly, a trade-off between pervious cover and parking. So I would be asking for more analysis. And the final suggestion that I have on my list would be to provide battery backups for the EV system. Then, yeah.
And then just maybe the suggestion.
Yeah.
Would be to, it ties into the conditions we want to do, but the suggestion would be to consider.
Yeah.
Which is-
Just think that's how the suggestion to reduce the total number of units in buildings A and B in order to better reflect the, what did you say?
To meet the condition.
About massing,
Yeah.
to achieve the reduction in mass.
In order to achieve.
Perceptually, with transparency, I wanna say that we will not reduce the number of units because it's so important, specific number of units. So that is why we reduced it before.
Yeah.
Is it zoned for 71 or zoned for medium density, which ranges from like 6 to 8? I think?
It's both, it's actually the medium zoning, it's considered medium zoning in the county's general plan. But through the state coastal commission and the specific PUD required for the site, if we have applied for 71 unit project at 100% affordable, so we can't change those two things. And there's a couple of other things that we committed to through that as well. I don't think it's an issue, but the only one that came to mind, and again, this is just transparency, because I don't want
Yeah,
to hear the
expectation.
condition that we can't meet. I don't think it's an issue, but I get a chance to talk to you about this. If we create I'm sorry, I don't remember the second term, but jut out for the first floor of that building up there, we cannot exceed except that 20 feet from Harvest.
We can provide.
The planning commission asked us to keep those
Far setbacks.
so correct.
Maybe we could have some language around breaking down the massing of building A, either by shifting or staggering the living farms in order to break them down, or by, I mean, I think that the area where we're most interested is seeing a one-story area was not toward the setback, but was towards the
Towards the
interior.
inside, right.
Yeah, so I think that there could be, it would be nice to see the second floor be smaller than the first floor, but that doesn't happen by reducing the number of units, it can happen.
But
Just a reduction in the unit size.
Yeah, or if, you know, a portion to get more number,
well, unit size.
or unit size, yeah, that would get us there, so maybe, we just, you know, work to craft the language and then to detail some options for how to get there.
They don't say the three, I think that's something that.
Yeah.
Additional flexibility.
Right.
And then, do you also want to see, changing of color and of having more than one color in that building or in those two buildings?
We mentioned that. The condition of the building, there can be required students, there
Yeah.
is some introducing some building.
Yeah, do you want to see that in building plan B? Or do we make that a suggestion to explore the use of color to help further the use of visual appearance?
Building any of us, given.
Okay. Let's add that to the suggestions, yeah. Yeah, to use color also, and trying to be too restrictive. Have I covered everything that you feel like needs to be in there? Do you guys feel comfortable with that and want us to vote on that?
Thank you for consideration.
Okay, I'm making that motion. Do I need to say it all again? Should I say it?
What do you repeat about?
Okay, I believe the proposal which you made back there is a motion to approve with the following conditions.
Recommend for approval.
To recommend for approval with the following conditions. One is reduce the visual appearance of building B by breaking up the roof line and exterior stairways at the three exterior stairways. And also introducing separate colors for the different sections of the building. The second condition is to reduce the visual appearance of building A by making the second story floor, reducing it so it's similar to building B. Clarify what that is exactly. But
Yeah, stepping in the second floor on the first floor, in a similar fashion to building B, or we could even say, utilizing strategies in building B or building C that are I'm successful there. So that they have staggering for the building.
Okay, and then with additional suggestions of increasing the number of vehicle charging provided. Also, another suggestion is increasing the number of guest parking spots. Obviously with the analysis, parking analysis to do. Introducing additional pervious paving, which should be
Impervious, there's none in the project right now, right?
correct.
Yeah, so introducing impervious paving.
Suggestion to provide battery backup. And that suggestion to add.
Oh, sure, should consider using secondary colors.
Oh.
Does each unit get its own parking?
Does each unit get its parking spot?
Their own parking place? Designated
Yeah.
parking.
They're designated.
That's my motion. Does anybody want to second it?
Yeah, so, then I'll do a roll call. Rebecca Captain,
Yes.
Mark Dean.
Yes.
Okay, motion passed, and that's only recommendation, and there's one thing to clarify, as Mark Dean mentioned earlier regarding the approving authority. So according to the language in our agenda and also the project history, I believe the approving authority for this project is the planning commission, and the planning commission's decision can be appealed to the board of supervisors. So please confirm that's correct.
It sounds like that's correct. Does that jive with your process?
I thought the board of supervisors.
Because it's a general plan,
There is a general plan amendment?
there is a general.
Oh, okay, so it is the board is the comment. So you're going to the planning commission for yet another recommendation. So you're actually making a recommendation to the board.
Okay.
Then it goes to the planning commission for a recommendation, not just the design review permit, but also the general plan amendment and the building permit. To the board, and then the board will. And the EIR, of course.
Right, the planning commission does approval
Oh,
on the CDP and the general plan too. And then it goes. I think, now I'm a little bit.
usually not.
Okay.
Usually it all flows to the highest decision maker, where everyone else is
Clarify
recommending.
that on the website.
Yeah, we can clarify. Yeah, we can.
So, so based on our conditions, if those are not complied with by the design team.
Well, you will submit a plan set to us. We'll see if it jives with our expectation of compliance with these conditions. If not, we'll continue to work together. If it does, then that plan set will then go through the process to the planning commission. So on and so forth. But if it say just doesn't use up, then we can discuss on the staff report that we can make the proposal work far enough. Then see what the planning commission thinks and see what the board thinks in terms of making them do more or not.
And then can one of the staff just reiterate for the public stuff around what the next dates are, where there are opportunities or what the appropriate emails are to write for people to call. for concerns about parking.
Oh, parking,
Yeah,
well,
it's not
I
that there's
would-
a lot of concerns about parking, but I think people believe there's no need to not address their satisfaction, so it can be less.
well, carefully, the first thing I would do is carefully review the draft DIR, see how your concern is discussed. If it's not discussed at all, definitely bring that to our attention. The end of the comment period, someone help me, is September 20th.
September 25th for the
Yeah.
EIR, and how do people comment on the EIR?
You can send a comment, Mike Schaller is the project planner, but he suggests that you email planning projects at smcgov.org with, in the subject line, Cypress Point, and then it'll all be collected in a folder and transferred to our EIR consultant, who will respond to each and every comment.
Can we ask independent questions now? I just want to know what their plan is for overflow parking, if they have.
I think we should adjourn the meeting and you can ask them, and if they have time or they need to get back to their families, then
If they just tell us on camera, is that they don't want to say, or?
I think it's time to adjourn the meeting. I think that the meeting has, the
You know.
an action's been taken,
Yeah,
okay.
and there's no need
I
to.
would just like to hear their opinion. on
Well, you
why-
can hear it after the meeting. If they have time, they don't have to get back to their families.
Right.
So, does anyone want to make a motion to adjourn the meeting?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
Mark second.
One second, okay, so I'll do a roll call, Mark Dean?
Yeah.
Mark Dean.
Adjourn?
Yes.
Rebecca Texan?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mark Stackline?
Yes.
Okay, meeting adjourned, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.